Chapter 433. Seeing Yu Xian leave, Yun Nuashing and the others continued on their journey. After casually teaching Yao Hua a lesson, they remembered that they would need his light essence later, so they unwillingly showed mercy. When Jining and the others saw Yao Hua's appearance, they couldn't help but look away. Yao Hua's miserable appearance was truly the first time they had seen it in all these years. After Yao Hua recovered from his injuries, everyone left the tree branch where they had rested for a while and continued to rush towards the depths of the ghost forest. After hurrying to a certain distance, Yun Nuashing and Yao Hua both stared blankly at the same time. The speed of the entire team suddenly slowed down, and the light particles surrounding them decreased by a lot. Everyone's silhouettes gradually became visible from the slender light. The light element has been suppressed. Yun Nuashing frowned, shaking his head and sighing for a while. He had just sensed an indescribable aura that covered a very large area. Moreover, it seemed that it wasn't just the light element that was suppressed, but the other elements as well. They could only use less than 60% of their original elemental power, and among them the most suppressed element was the light element. Without the protection of the light element, everyone lost their previous relaxed journey. The magical beasts that appeared in the surroundings were already tyrannical to a terrifying degree. Fortunately, Yun Nuashing's entire body was full of treasures. When the light element lost its effect, he took out all the weapons on his body. With a divine artifact in each of his hands, he could be said to be able to kill gods. It was a pity that those magical beasts that had been unhindered in the magic realm all their lives, sweeping everything before them, had met someone they shouldn't have met. However, their speed had slowed down a lot. On the way, Yun Nuashing even changed his path a few times, suddenly dashing left and right, causing everyone to be somewhat astonished. The map he had obtained from Yu Xian relied on energy, sensing, to guide the way. Many of the places they passed by could be matched on the map, but the energy flow he sensed was not quite the same as the direction he was heading. He didn't know which one was the correct one. At this time, Yun Nuashing was hoping that someone would know the way and lead them to the night god spring. He was already confused by the energy sources that came and went from left to right. Everyone was also confused as they were led around by him. They thought that he had sensed some danger and changed his path. At this moment, Yun Nuashing and the others were probably at the front line. After seeing Shinran, they did not see anyone else. Instead, they saw quite a number of demonic beasts. Among them, the 2 demigod-level demonic beasts were the most prominent. Unfortunately, they bumped into Yun Nuashing, who was in a fit of rage. Everyone only knew her for a second before 2 graves appeared on the ground. Yun Nuashing still had this habit. After killing demonic beasts, regardless of whether their corpses were still intact, she would dig a grave for them. Along the way, countless graves of various sizes were erected. Everyone seemed to be infected by this habit. Towards the end, after killing a demonic beast, they naturally left a grave for themselves. Who knew what the future generations would think when they saw these graves? Time also passed quickly as Yun Nuashing and the others charged and killed their way through the graves. Not long after, the entire world became extremely dark. The fog in the eternal night forest also became thicker. The little fireflies in the forest also quietly dimmed. Later on, the visibility was even less than 5 meters. If they walked a little further, they would not be able to see anyone else. They could only walk close to each other. As night fell, the demonic beasts in the eternal night forest became more active. Long, terrifying, and mournful roars echoed in the forest one after another. The frequency of Yun Nuashing and the others digging the graves also increased by a lot. If it weren't for Yun Nuashing's escort, perhaps everyone would have dozens of scars on their bodies. Along the way, they had killed no less than 100 demonic beasts. If Yao Hua and the others had come alone, they would have to stop at the first part of the journey. Only Yao Hua, this green chicken, could move up and down in the eternal night forest so unscrupulously, although they relied on the more clear energy flow as a beacon. Everyone still lost their way in the forest. They were brought along by Yun Nua planet and did not know where they had crashed into. However, there was one thing that did not need to be doubted. They were gradually approaching the center. The surrounding energy was so dense that one could pinch out a handful of water. While walking in a daze, everyone unexpectedly rushed into a place filled with dense energy. It was a cliff. Here, the entire terrain suddenly rose from the ground, abruptly raising the altitude by 1,000 meters, making it look like a valley below. And on this cliff, there was a huge waterfall. The waterfall was 10 meters wide and splashed down from 1,000 meters high. Faint purple energy, mist filled the air. The river above the waterfall wasn't water, but energy. A waterfall condensed from energy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Standing at the lake below the waterfall, Yao Hua couldn't help but click his tongue in praise. This was an extremely dense energy, pure energy that could be directly absorbed into the body. I feel that the rest of the journey will be easy. Yun Nuashing gently brushed his palm across the faint purple lake. He raised his hand and rubbed it a few times. Feeling the rich energy, he couldn't help but smile. The water of this waterfall should be the diluted night god spring. It's flowing from the night god spring? Doesn't that mean we just have to go with the flow? Hearing this, Yuan, she was a little excited. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. She couldn't be wrong about the energy that had a hint of darkness. Although it was diluted countless times, she could still clearly feel it. Congratulations, everyone. Your mission objective has been achieved. At this moment, right here, take a bath and you'll be able to take 2 more steps forward in your life, helping you reach the peak of your life. Take a bath and you won't be at a disadvantage, nor will you be fooled. Don't miss this opportunity. What are you waiting for? Yun Nuashing suddenly pointed at the waterfall boldly, her expression passionate and proud as she announced loudly. Black lines appeared on everyone's faces. Why was she advertising all of a sudden? So, feeling several pairs of disdainful gazes, Yun Nuashing sighed softly and shook her head. Then, she suddenly opened her eyes, grabbed all 11 of them, and threw them into the lake. She roared, "If you don't take a bath now, when will you?" Before they could recover from the state of listening to the advertisement, the group of people felt their feet leave the ground. The wind swiftly swept past them, and a sense of weightlessness spontaneously arose. Soon after, they saw a faint purple color rapidly magnifying in their eyes. Plop! The 12 of them played around in the diluted lake of the night god Spring for a long time before they slowly came ashore. After drying their clothes, they cultivated for a while. Just as Yun Nuashing said, everyone was strengthened by the strange energy, and their cultivation had smoothly increased by 2 revolutions. Of course, except for Yun Nuashing, he was deeply immersed in breaking through the barrier and was unable to extricate himself. When everyone finished cultivating and saw Yun Nuashing climb out of the lake wet and did not even let out a fart, they could not help but burst into laughter. Regarding this, Yun Nuashing could only sigh softly. Who asked her to be so skilled? Due to the discovery of this lake, the journey that followed was much easier than before. Although they could sense the appearance of magical beasts in the surroundings, their strength was gradually increasing, and many of them were extremely difficult to deal with. What was more worrying was that the further they went, the stronger the suppression of the elemental power became. It was already not bad if they could exert 50% of the power of ordinary elements, but it was difficult for the light element to exert even 30% of its power. Regarding this, Yun Nuashing and Yao Hua could not do anything. The information they received did not mention what this elemental suppression was. In the second half of the journey, some of the magical beasts that appeared were close to the peak of the demigod level, and there was a faint pressure that belonged to the gods. It seemed that they were not far from that level. But this was not a difficult matter for them who had almost lost the protection of the light element. With a divine artifact in hand, they raised their hands and slashed down, turning everything into nothingness. But what made everyone even more astonished was that they saw people passing by, or rather, people being overtaken by them. It would be a lie to say that they were not shocked. How much effort did they put in to take the lead by such a large distance? Now they were being overtaken so easily. Although they had played in that lake for a relatively long time, it should not have been so easy for them to catch up, right? But after sensing the aura of those people at close range, everyone calmed down. Those were all powerhouses of the demigod level. Although they were not as fast as light elementals, they would be able to catch up with Yun Nuashing and the others if they spent some time. But as they continued to follow the river and went deeper into the forest, the figures in the surroundings became scarce again. After seeing the first powerhouse of the demigod level, Yun Nuashing and the others only saw 2 people. These 2 people were very strong, both at the demigod level. When they discovered them, the 2 of them were fighting fiercely with a demigod-level magical beast. However, with the netherworld ruins sword concealing their aura, the 2 of them did not discover their tracks. So after watching for a while, everyone quietly left, and time passed quickly as the group rampaged along the way. As the sky outside completely darkened, the originally dark forest became even darker. Yun Nuashing calculated the time and estimated that it was already midnight. This kind of environment was already extremely unsuitable for traveling. It was likely that even those experts who had a clearer route would stop at such a time. After an entire day of traveling and fighting with magical beasts, all of them had expended quite a bit of energy. If they did not take this opportunity to quickly recover, it was likely that they would not be able to smoothly reach the night god spring. Not everyone could be like Yun Nuashing's group, who could travel as they pleased. But in the face of such a vile environment, they muttered to themselves for a while and chose to stop and rest for the time being. Now that they had found the way to the night god spring, their speed was definitely faster than the majority of people. Therefore, it was good to stay and rest for a while. There was still a certain amount of danger in traveling at night. Moreover, the light element suppression was almost at its limit. They could only use less than 20% of it now. No matter how hard Yun Nuashing tried, it was difficult to increase their speed. Now they had to use other methods. After resting for nearly half an hour, Yun Nuashing slowly opened her eyes. Once again feeling the abundant energy in her body, she heaved a sigh of relief. When she raised her head, she saw that everyone was staring at her. Yao Hua had also rested long ago and was just waiting for this big shot. Hey, get up and continue walking. It's not good to travel at night. Now we have to use other methods. She stood up with a light exclamation. Yun Nuashing patted her butt and smiled at everyone. With a flip of her arm, the netherworld ruin sword appeared in her hand. She squeezed it hard and the barrier slowly expanded. When it completely enveloped everyone, she waved her hand and slowly flew towards the upper reaches of the river. She let go of the netherworld ruined sword and let her float at the side. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other strangely for a while, then hurriedly followed. During the night, Yun Nuashing stopped to rest many times. The netherworld ruin sword's barrier consumed too much energy, and her small body couldn't bear it. If she only used it on the spot, it wouldn't consume so much energy. But now she was hurrying along with the barrier, and in order to cover everyone, she had to expand the range by quite a bit. The consumption immediately increased by several times, and in this laborious journey, there were 3 or 4 people who were overtaken by Yun Nuashing's group. Judging from their auras, they were clearly demon-rank powerhouses. This made them feel astonished. They didn't expect that there would still be people ahead of them. However, they were inside the barrier and weren't seen by anyone. As the sky gradually brightened, the magical beasts that were abnormally active at night finally, gradually retreated. At the same time, the roars of the beasts in the mountain range also weakened by quite a bit. There was a towering ancient tree beside the river. Yun Nuashing brought everyone and landed on top of it. He grabbed at the air in front of him, and the dense energy contained in the dark fog turned into a pool of water that landed on his palm. Shock appeared on his face. The energy here is already so dense. I really don't know how terrifying the energy in the night god spring is. Logically speaking, we should be arriving soon. Yun Nuashing muttered in a low voice. The surrounding energy was emitting a faint, dark aura. In that case, they should be arriving at their destination soon, right? The corners of Yun Nuashing's mouth curled up slightly, and a relaxed smile appeared on her handsome face. Just as she was about to lead everyone to move, her ears suddenly trembled. Not far to her right, there was the faint sound of swords clashing and energy exploding. She glanced to her right and then withdrew her gaze. Along the way, she had seen many such situations. She wasn't a saint and didn't have the strength or time to help. She immediately shook her head, and the tip of her foot tapped on a tree branch to continue forward. But the moment she moved, the sound of energy exploding became much more intense. Feeling that familiar energy, her figure that was about to dash out instantly froze. In particular, when he heard a clear and moving woman's cold shout, a look of astonishment and sluggishness appeared on his handsome face. This voice was beautiful and peaceful, with a hint of tranquility. Yun Nuashing wasn't unfamiliar with this voice and tone. He had heard it when he came to the eternal night forest. Unable to stabilize himself, he staggered and almost fell into the fog. Zien and Yuan, she quickly pulled him back, and they were also shocked by his strange expression. Using all his strength to support himself against the tree trunk, Yun Nuashing stiffly raised his head and fiercely sucked in a breath of air. One of his hands twitched as he clenched his fist. On his forehead, green veins popped out, causing everyone to jump in fright. A slightly familiar name came out of his mouth with some hidden bitterness, causing the few of them to be startled. Qin Yen. Chapter 434. In the open space beside the dark river, specks of light were emitted from the forest, causing the area to appear extremely bright. The dark fog had been slightly blown away in the previous great battle. Hence, the sight in this area had become much clearer. In the open space, there were several figures, 4 men and 1 woman. Their auras were not weak. Clearly, they were not weak. Of the 4 men, one of them was wearing gray clothes. There was a shallow scar on his face that extended from his right eye to his cheek. He was standing on a tree branch with his back against the tree trunk. His arms were crossed as he lazily looked below. As he yawned, he said, "Be quick. Don't be discovered by others." When the 3 men in the open space heard this person's words, they immediately nodded their heads. These 3 people were also wearing gray robes. The 4 of them had the same emblem embroidered on their chests. It seemed that they belonged to the same faction. Hand over the guiding pearl. We don't want to provoke the people of the Qin family. However, there are very few people here. I don't mind destroying a flower. The woman held a long sword in her hand. Her pale, golden robes completely wrapped around her exquisite and delicate body. Although it was a little messy, it also had a unique aura. On her quiet and beautiful face, there was a little tiredness and vigilance. She looked exactly like the Qin Yen that Yun Nuashing had seen twice. As if she sensed that these people were not joking, Qin Yen frowned slightly. Mei Mao continued to calmly stare at the 3 people in front of her. Her delicate hand tightly gripped the long sword. A sharp aura slowly surged out. 2 calm words were softly spat out from her mouth. "Don't even think about it." Hee, as expected of the young miss of the Qin family's next generation. However, you are a little ignorant. With your strength at the peak of the Immortal 9, don't even think of escaping from the 3 of us. Obediently hand over the guiding pearl. Otherwise, I don't mind sending a beautiful head to the Qin family. Qin Yan's pretty face remained calm when she heard these threatening words. The 3 people in front of her were all around the 9th level immortal stage. She was confident that she could kill all three of them in a short period of time. However, the biggest problem was the person on the tree branch who looked extremely lazy. She had suffered a loss when the four of them joined forces earlier. The person who gave her a little pressure was around the same level as her. The Sacred Weapon Divine Palace is so impressive. When they heard Qin Yen directly mention the forces they belonged to, their faces darkened. The man who had been standing on the tree branch also narrowed his eyes. The symbol of the Sacred Weapon Shrine had always been covered by the latter's aura. Unexpectedly, it was still recognized. If Qin Yen escaped at this time, there would be a big problem in the future. Attacking the future successor of the Qin family was enough to make the Qin family go crazy for revenge. Guiding Pearl. Hearing this new term, Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at Jining and the others. Coincidentally, the latter and the others also looked over curiously. This made him stunned. Did they think that he knew? It's probably something from the Qin family. We don't know either. Yuan, she shook his head. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. His eyes were slightly cold as he looked at the four people. Even the elements on his body were restless. He muttered, "It's actually someone from the Sacred Weapon Divine Palace. Since he dared to attack the future successor of the Qin family, that guy must have a high position in the Sacred Weapon Divine Palace. He might even be someone at the level of a god." Jining frowned and looked at Yun Nuashing, who was indifferent. After thinking for a while, she said, "What do you plan to do?" With his elbows on the tree trunk and his fists on his head, Yun Nuashing thought for a while and shook his head. Everyone thought that he was going to ignore them and leave. Just as they were about to move, they heard him say, "Let's wait and see." Everyone looked at each other and rolled their eyes. Feeling the chill coming from behind them, the three of them shuddered. Their eyes met for a moment before they nodded slightly and decided not to show any mercy. Their figures blurred as they surrounded Qin Yen in a triangular formation. Silver metal elements violently gushed out from their bodies. Sacred weapon, domain seal. The three of them fiercely slammed their palms together. Immediately, silver energy surged rapidly and gathered in the sky. In the span of a few breaths, for gigantic metal swords appeared in the air and pierced into the ground, trapping Qin Yen within them. Seeing this, Qin Yen frowned. She raised her hand that was holding the long sword and slashed it in front of her. A sharp sword aura shot out and touched the metal sword lightly, causing the latter to shatter. With the sudden shattering of a metal sword, the entire array collapsed quickly. Before it could be fully activated, the three people looked at each other and clenched their fists. 3 silver spears formed from metal elements were formed and were held by the three of them. They stomped their feet on the ground and charged directly at Qin Yen in the center. Facing the attacks of the 3 Immortal 9 experts, Qin Yen did not even look. She stepped to the left and turned her body. The long sword in her hand still slashed horizontally. Swoosh! The 4 figures exchanged blows in the sword domain like lightning. Sword aura flew everywhere, leaving deep trenches in the ground. The 3 men seemed to know that Qin Yan's sword aura was fierce, so they did not choose to attack forcefully. Instead, they slowly depleted the latter's immortal qi. Perhaps it was because they were in the sword domain, but Qin Yan felt that the long sword in her hand was not under her control. She also knew that the 3 people were exhausting their attacks. She did not use much strength. Every time she blocked, she only used just enough energy. Moreover, as she was at the peak of the Immortal 9, the immortal qi in her body was much more than the 3 of them. After a while, the 3 of them began to struggle. If this continued, the 3 of them would not be able to hold on and would be killed one by one. Clang! Clang! The long sword pierced the 3 spears like lightning. Qin Yan took a deep breath, and a sharp sword aura suddenly shot out. Boom! After being hit by the 3 sword auras that shot out at almost the same time, the 3 elemental spears suddenly exploded. At this moment, Qin Yan stomped her feet on the ground and launched her first counterattack. However, As soon as Qin Yan dashed out, the long sword in her hand began to vibrate violently, startling her. Before she could stabilize her long sword, the space in front of her trembled slightly, and a gray figure suddenly flashed out and slammed a palm toward her. The sudden attack caused Qin Yan's pretty face to turn slightly cold. She couldn't care less about the violent sword in her hand. She freed one of her slender hands, surrounded by immortal qi, and met the large bronze hand with her palm. Boom! A dull sound of collision rang out. Qin Yan's delicate body trembled, but it was not obvious. Her slender hand touched the ground, and she quickly retreated. On the other hand, the person who had launched the sneak attack was not affected at all because he had made the first move. By the time Qin Yan landed on the ground, the three people in front of her were already charging towards her with new spears in their hands. Furthermore, the man in front of her was also charging towards her with a silver axe in his hand. Stubborn bastard. Although I am also listed among the young, strong cultivators, if no one helps me, I am afraid I will have to fight hard. However, this is the end. Since you have seen through us, you can only die. Path. 1. Path. When they saw that Qin Yan was still unwilling to obey, the four people finally became impatient. They gritted their teeth and laughed evilly. The man with the broad axe rushed to a foot in front of Qin Yan in a breath's time. The other three people's palms faced each other from a distance. 3 silver-white energy pillars suddenly burst out and turned into a circle of light that surrounded the 3 huge iron swords. Divine weapon array, spirit sealing technique. The 3 people shouted. The metal elements and immortal qi quickly condensed in the area surrounded by the 3 iron swords. The powerful energy gathered by the 3 people made Qin Yan's expression change. What shocked her even more was that the long sword in her hand showed signs of being broken down into metal molecules. As the shout fell, the silver-white immortal qi quickly condensed and turned into thousands of small iron swords in the sealed area. With a whoosh, the many rays of light condensed into a thick white light and shot straight towards Qin Yan. Along the way, thousands of marks appeared on the ground, as if a field had been plowed. Die. Looking at the many iron swords shooting towards her, and then looking at the man in the sky with a powerful aura, Qin Yan relaxed. Her tensed body suddenly deflated and became limp. What is she trying to do? Yun Nuashing frowned when she saw Qin Yan's actions. She relaxed during a battle. Did she want to die? However, just as Yun Nuashing thought that Qin Yan was going to wait for her death and was about to rush to her rescue, the latter suddenly raised her lily-white hands and slowly formed a few hand seals. Then, a clear word slowly came out of her mouth. Jia. As the word fell, the 4 people from the Divine Weapon Palace suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat. They were not the only ones. Even Yun Nuashing, who was in the distance, felt that something was wrong. Her eyes suddenly widened, and then she sucked in a breath of cold air. Retreat! Yun Nuashing hurriedly shouted. Light elements rushed out, and she pulled Xian and Yuan Shi with one hand. The light elements wrapped around the dumbfounded people, and then she quickly retreated into the distance. Yun Nuashing's strange actions confused Jining and the others. However, Xian and Yun Nuashing knew that if Yun Nuashing said that there was a problem, then there really was a problem. Seeing that both of them trusted her, although Jining and the others were a little confused, they immediately reacted and hurriedly ran after them. The moment Yun Nuashing and the others moved, thousands of iron swords and the giant axe with a little flame unexpectedly arrived. At the same time, a power that seemed to have awakened from a deep sleep slowly spread out from Qin Yan's body. Boom! Golden divine qi burst out from Qin Yan's delicate body. The thousands of iron swords violently collided with the golden light. The corrosive power contained in the golden energy dyed the iron swords golden. Then, under the shocked gazes of the 3 people, the iron swords were broken down into energy molecules and merged with the golden light. As the thousands of iron swords dissolved, the golden divine qi on Qin Yan's body became more and more solid. Even the energy in the divine weapon-grade array was slowly being eroded. Oh no, retreat quickly! The person holding the giant axe reacted quickly. The moment he sensed the golden divine qi devouring his energy, a hurried roar came from his mouth. At the same time, he swung the giant axe behind him. Using the giant axe's huge weight, he stopped his body from moving forward, and then retreated at lightning speed. The person's reaction was fast, but the three people in charge of the array were slower. Therefore, after being stunned for a while, they began to use their movement techniques to quickly retreat. However, it was already too late. Just as they were about to retreat, Qin Yan, who was surrounded by the golden immortal qi, raised her head slightly. Golden patterns appeared on her fair skin, and then 2 balls of dazzling golden flames appeared in her eyes. Divine word cross. As the golden energy continued to condense and compress, Qin Yan slowly raised her head, and a clear and melodious voice suddenly burst out of her mouth like a clap of thunder. The golden energy that had been compressed to the extreme finally exceeded the range of Qin Yan's control. In an instant, it emitted a substantial energy ripple. In an instant, like a storm, it swept out with lightning speed with her as the center. Boom! The first to be affected by the energy storm were naturally the 3 people who had slow reactions. The golden storm caught up with them in an instant. Soon after, their bodies were like sandbags that had been hit by a cannonball. With a bang, they instantly burst apart, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated into the golden light. The person holding the giant axe did not escape the attack range of the golden storm. However, he was powerful and his reaction was fast enough. Therefore, he did not explode into a bloody mist like the other unlucky fellows. However, when the storm swept over, it still caused the blood in his body to churn. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Clearly, he had suffered serious injuries. Meanwhile, Yun Nuashing and the others, who had fled far away, gazed at the golden storm that was gradually rising into the air and eventually forming a cross that was several hundred meters tall. Even from afar, it was extremely spectacular. Even the dark mist had mostly dissipated, and they couldn't help but wipe away the cold sweat on their foreheads. Qin Yan, that girl, is going to self-detonate. Why self-destruct? Qin Yan is still fine. How could Yun Nuashing not know what they were thinking when she saw Yao Hua's pained expression? She rolled her eyes, and her eyes turned purple gold. She looked at the bottom of the golden cross, where a graceful figure was standing. But what's with the golden lines? Could it be the same as my divine spiritual body? Yun Nuashing frowned as she looked at the lines on her body. Chapter 435. It should be a secret technique unique to the Qin family. I can feel that Qin Yan's strength has increased a lot. It seems that she already has the strength of a half-demon. Shui Xia, who is most sensitive to formations and secret techniques, said, I'm afraid that this explosion will consume all of her strength. After all, she has been forced to this point. Even if she is an expert of the same level, she won't be able to withstand being ganged up on by so many people. Yuan Shi sighed and shook his head. That's not necessarily true. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing grinned and pointed his finger at himself, as if pointing something out. You're not human. Don't squeeze into our territory to talk. Everyone scolded angrily. Ahahaha. Yun Nuashing laughed heartily. As the golden cross gradually dissipated, Qin Yan raised her head. Her originally pitch-black eyes were now tinged with golden light, and 6 golden patterns could be seen on her delicate cheeks. Like scratches, they made her look even more wild and unruly. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked in the direction where the last person flew out. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the long sword from before automatically flew back to her. She held it in her hand. Golden energy circled around the long sword. Threads of sword qi blended with the immortal qi and turned into solid ripples that spread out. Bang! Not far away, the place where the boulders were buried suddenly exploded. Then a gray figure rushed out. Looking at his appearance, it was naturally the last person. His clothes were ragged, but there were no obvious wounds on his body. It seemed that he didn't suffer any real injuries. As soon as this person appeared, he paused for a moment and flew into the air. He looked down at Qin Yan, who was holding a long sword, and his eyes slowly turned cold. The four of them ganged up to bully a girl and ended up like this. If this news spread, they would definitely become a laughingstock. The Qin family's secret technique can last for a long time. This battle will definitely consume a lot of my energy. It seems that I won't be able to get the guide bead. However, he was also a smart person. He knew the purpose of coming here. Naturally, he didn't want to waste his energy fighting here. This battle had used up all of Qin Yan's strength, so they had one less competitor. Humph! After a moment of thought, the scarred man let out a cold snort and glared at Qin Yan. Qin Yan looked back at him. She knew what he was thinking, and she knew that he must have been injured by her attack just now. The scarred man laughed sinisterly. In the end, he glanced at Qin Yan. His figure retreated and landed in the gradually gathering dark fog. A voice was slowly emitted. Hey, although I didn't obtain the guiding bead this time, I've also made you lose the right to compete for it. Let's forget about today's matter. I'll head to the night god's spring first. As for the guiding bead, Qin Yan sneered in disdain as she watched the man disappear. The guiding bead was related to another matter, so there was no way she was going to hand it over, after waiting for a long time, seeing that he didn't turn around to kill her. Qin Yan really relaxed completely this time. The golden lines on her body slowly faded away, and the power in her body also disappeared like a receding tide. What replaced it was a sense of powerlessness, causing her beautiful face to pale, her delicate body to sway, and even her head to feel dizzy. This won't do if I collapse here, however. She persevered and didn't fall. She placed her sword on the ground. They were already deep in the eternal night forest, and there were magical beasts roaming around. There were even demigods. If she collapsed in such a weak state, she might never be able to open her eyes again. Rustle! Just as Qin Yan heaved a sigh of relief, she heard footsteps behind her. Her pupils abruptly shrunk. Ignoring the weakness in her body, she hurriedly pulled out her long sword and abruptly turned around. This violent movement caused her to stagger 2 steps back. However, when she clearly saw who it was, her small mouth opened in shock, and the hand holding the long sword trembled. A long time no see. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Qin Yan acting like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. After the end of the battle, they had also come over from afar. The group of 12 looked at Qin Yan calmly and greeted her symbolically. It's you. After clearly seeing who it was, Qin Yan and Mei Mao's eyes flickered. When they first saw him, they were a little uneasy. They were afraid that the former would do something at this time. However, when they saw Yun Nuashing's warm and gentle appearance, the nervousness in their hearts subconsciously dissipated. After looking at the place where the scarred man disappeared, Yun Nuashing looked at Qin Yan. For a moment, she actually didn't know what to say. Even Yuan Shi and Jining stared blankly at the sky. The atmosphere was very awkward. Qin Yan also felt a little uncomfortable with such a silent atmosphere. Her left hand clasped the wrist of her right hand, and her eyelids drooped slightly. She didn't know what to say. Before I left the Qin family, Master asked me to send his regards to you. After a long silence, Qin Yan's pale face turned slightly red. Finally, she took the initiative to break the silence. However, her voice was very low. This, then help me tell the patriarch of the Qin clan that, thanks to him, the younger generation is doing well. I wish him the best. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and finally squeezed out a sentence. Hearing this, Qin Yan nodded and then lowered her head again. Yun Nuashing also looked away. She's silent. This is so awkward. Could it be that little star doesn't know how to communicate? She can't even speak. Yeah, she's usually very smooth with her words, but now she's silent. Seeing Yun Nuashing looking around unnaturally, Jining and the others looked at each other and began to whisper among themselves. Although their voices were very low, Yun Nuashing still heard them. Her face instantly turned green and red. Ahem! After a moment, Yun Nuashing coughed loudly. Everyone hurriedly stopped their discussion. Only then did he shake his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He looked behind him and said, "That Sister Muling help her." "Let's continue walking." Hearing this, Qin Yan's face instantly flushed red. Mu Ling shrugged at everyone and hurriedly walked forward to help the former. Qin Yan turned around awkwardly for a while, then let nature take its course. Seeing that the two of them were done, Yun Nuashing nodded and a faint light element surged out. Yao Hua also gritted his teeth and released the light element, enveloping everyone. Then they turned into a ray of golden light and flew along the river at the side. Ahem, how are you guys so fast? You actually reached this place before us. Yun Nuashing finally asked on the way. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yan, who was gradually recovering with the help of the wood spirit, looked up at him with her beautiful eyes. Then she lowered her head and looked down at the dark-colored river that was rapidly moving below them. "You're going the wrong way." "Huh!" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing turned his head in shock. The light element fluctuated along with him, and the sudden drop in speed almost caused everyone to bump into each other. Most people follow the flow of energy they sense, but the water flowing out of the night god's spring flows for thousands of miles through the forest of eternal night, forming small ponds in many places. The enormous amount of energy condensed in those ponds will form a new flow of energy that interferes with one's judgment. Therefore, you might have gone to a pond that is relatively far from the night god spring. As for me, the Qin family has a unique way of determining which energy flow is the real one, so... After hearing Qin Yan's words, Yun Nuashing sucked in a breath of cold air. He had a comical expression on his face, as if he had just eaten pigeon poop. He had tried his best to rush forward, but all his efforts had been in vain. He might as well have just walked for a while. Didn't the Divine King and the others say these things? Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing helplessly turned his head and looked at Yao Hua and the others. Seeing his somewhat bitter gaze, Jining and the others smiled bitterly and said with resentment. The Divine King and the others said, "Everything depends on yourself. We won't provide you with any help. It's already good enough that we gave you some information. Why are you still blindly complaining?" Uft. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing directly spat out a mouthful of water. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was really infuriating. Others received the information directly, but they had to fumble around on their own. Seeing everyone's liver-colored faces, Qin Yan looked at them curiously for a while. She couldn't help but smile. Speaking of which, what's that guiding bead? After smiling bitterly for a while, Yun Nuashing composed himself and looked at Qin Yan. That scarred guy kept mentioning the guiding bead, which made him very curious. Hearing him mention this, Qin Yan, who had just smiled, fell silent again. Mei Mao looked to the side with a troubled expression. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuashing scratched his head and smiled. "Don't say it if you don't want to. I was just asking out of curiosity. It's nothing." Hearing this, Qin Yan looked at him gratefully and nodded. However, there was still a trace of hesitation on her face, as if she was struggling with something. "Just keep going straight from here. There's no need to follow the river. With the light element, we'll reach it very quickly," Qin Yan said softly as she stroked her long hair and pointed forward. Yun Nuashing nodded. He glanced at the river on the left, then looked at the direction she was pointing and decisively changed their route. With someone guiding them, it should be much faster. We're already close to the Night God Mountain. The flow of energy is very clear. It shouldn't be long before we reach the foot of the Night God Mountain, Qin Yan said. But entering the Night God Mountain doesn't mean it's safe. The Night God Mountain is thousands of miles high, and the peak is hidden in fog all year round. Even if we're close to it, we might not be able to touch it. And the Night God Spring is at the peak of the Night God Mountain. Qin Yan blinked and looked at Yun Nuashing, who had stepped back a little in order to listen. Seeing him crossing his arms, she couldn't help but laugh. Can't touch it? Yun Nuashing was stunned and turned his head. A barrier? Shui Xia raised her head and looked at him. She said indifferently, "As soon as we came in, I felt that there was an extremely huge barrier that was constantly expanding. It mobilized the energy of the entire eternal night forest." Yun Nuashing still couldn't get used to Shui Xia's unique speaking speed. However, what surprised him was that Shui Xia rarely spoke. Since even she had spoken, perhaps this barrier was really terrifying to a certain extent. Moreover, it said that the magical beasts on the Night God Mountain are all demigod-level magical beasts. There seems to be a magical beast race among them. However, no one knows where the Night God Mountain is. Qin Yan said with a bitter smile, "Since they've appeared once, they should at least be able to remember the location, right? Could it be that the location of this mountain changes every 1,000 years? Or has no one ever found it before?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes when he heard this. The location of the Night God Mountain changes every 1,000 years. Just like the eternal night forest, it opens once every 1,000 years. The enormous energy of the eternal night forest is enough to maintain the activation of the barrier. Unless someone can break it, you won't even feel anything when you pass through the Night God Mountain. Qin Yan's pretty face turned serious when she finished speaking. "That's really difficult." Yun Nuashing and the others rolled their eyes when they heard this. Wasn't she deliberately making things difficult for them? As everyone spoke, the dark fog around them unknowingly thinned. Yao Hua also requested to rest for a while. Yun Nuashing also took this opportunity to have a good rest. Taking advantage of Yun Nuashing's recovery, Qin Yan was able to clearly sense the capacity of Yun Nuashing's body. She opened and closed her mouth a few times in astonishment, as if she wanted to say something, but could only give a wry smile. After completely recovering, everyone continued on their way. Before they knew it, the rows of towering ancient trees around them were suddenly cut off. A vertical cliff hundreds of feet high appeared in front of them. There were even a few saplings that extended outwards from the cliff. We've arrived at the Night God Mountain. Chapter 436. The Black Cliff was like a gigantic object. It carried an indescribable aura of darkness as it pushed aside the numerous ancient trees and entered everyone's line of sight. In the distance, they could even see a dark purple river flowing out from the bottom of the cliff. It formed a small pool and then flowed into the distance. This river was probably the one that Yun Nuashing and the others had discovered at the beginning. The aura of darkness is getting stronger and stronger. When they arrived at the foot of the Night God Mountain, Yun Nuashing could feel the dark energy even more clearly. He could even smell it. It was the same energy as the one in his shadow, but it was slightly different. The aura of the eternal night flame. At this moment, Zi inside his body suddenly cried out in surprise, causing Yun Nuashing to quiver. He was slightly delighted and then nodded his head. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Yun Nuashing raised his right hand high. A ball of light purple flame spewed out from his palm and expanded to several tens of meters in a few breaths' time. Following the appearance of the purple night flame, the temperature of the area increased abruptly, causing everyone to sweat profusely. Even the strange dark mist was expelled completely. Although they were curious about what he was doing, they didn't want to disturb him when they saw him closing his eyes and concentrating fully. They could only retreat a little and come into close contact with the divine flame. Just the scorching heat alone was unbearable for them. When the purple night flame expanded to nearly 300 meters and hung about a foot above Yun Nuashing's palm, it stopped expanding. Waves of scorching heat rippled through the air like water waves. Everywhere it passed, the scorching heat caused the space to slightly distort. The increasing temperature also forced Yuan Shi and the others to retreat far away. They only felt better after they had retreated 1,000 meters. Due to the appearance of the divine flame, the surrounding mist had dissipated by a lot. Everyone wasn't afraid of being separated. They looked at Yun Nuashing, who was concentrating peacefully, and looked at each other. With him as the center, they separated slightly and were vigilant of their surroundings. This place wasn't safe. It wouldn't be good if someone disturbed Yun Nuashing. Of course, they were only worried about the life of the intruder. About 10 minutes later, the substantial wave of fire suddenly disappeared, and the 300-meter wide ball of fire also trembled slightly before slowly shrinking back into Yun Nuashing's body. Phew! After withdrawing the purple night dark flame, Yun Nuashing exhaled softly. She raised her head slightly and looked in a certain direction. She couldn't help but smile. "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Seeing that the divine flame had disappeared and the temperature had dropped, the crowd slowly walked over and asked curiously, "Well, there are some things." Yun Nuashing smiled mysteriously and put her index finger on her lips. Her mysterious look made everyone confused. On the other hand, it was Yuan Shi and Ziyan who blinked, and then they glanced at each other. A short moment later, they came to a sudden understanding, and they seemed to have understood something. After that, they smiled and nodded without saying anything. After laughing for a while, Yun Nuashing waved her hand. Light essence once again gushed out from her body, enveloping everyone. Then her 6 light purple wings slowly unfolded, and an endless amount of wind essence suddenly condensed, lifting everyone up. "Let's go." With a hearty laugh, Yun Nuashing suddenly squatted down. Then her 6 wings flapped vigorously with an endless amount of wind essence. Her feet also stomped on the ground, bringing everyone up to the Night God Mountain in an instant. Then she rushed into the mountain range at full speed. The huge black mountain range rapidly retreated below. Wherever the golden light passed, there would be a gust of wind, causing the trees below to sway wildly. The dense fog had already disappeared at this place. Everyone slowly heaved a sigh of relief when their vision cleared. They really had enough of that damned place where they couldn't even see their own fingers when they stretched out their hands. So many people. Just how many wrong paths did we take? Many figures flashed past in the rapidly retreating mountain forest. Those people's strength ranged from immortal level 5 to demon level 4. However, there were at least a few hundred people, and at most a few hundred people. Yun Nuashing sucked in a breath of cold air. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing and Yao Hua looked at each other bitterly. Then they both smiled bitterly. They had rushed so quickly, but in the end they failed because they took the wrong path? They really couldn't accept it. They really couldn't accept it. This kind of thing. I am not allowed. Everyone was also thinking about this matter, but they suddenly heard Yun Nuashing roar out word by word. Then they were stunned to see that the flapping 6-winged figure in front of them suddenly had countless golden lines flowing through his body. Then the long, light purple hair that fluttered behind him was suddenly dyed with a golden light. Even his 6 wings had turned golden. His eyes seemed to be burning as they lit up with a resplendent golden light. When everyone saw him like this, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Just as they opened their mouths to speak, they saw 3 balls of star power of various colors emerge from Yun Nuashing's body and condense into 3 rolling balls of energy. The bright golden light element, the dark yellow time energy, and the dark purple night flame. Star! Seeing this, everyone's faces turned as white as paper. They could all see that this guy was going to risk his life. Only Qin Yan looked at everyone's pale faces in astonishment. Although she didn't understand what was going to happen, she subconsciously grabbed the wood spirit. Ah! Yun Nuashing let out an angry roar. The golden light that enveloped everyone suddenly elongated into a thin golden ray of light. With a swoosh, it disappeared into the horizon. Vaguely, some tragic screams could be heard, scaring everyone below. When they looked up, they didn't see anything. Whoosh! Suddenly, a violent sound of wind breaking came from the horizon. Then, a golden ray of light cut through space and appeared in their line of sight. The thin golden ray of light gradually thickened, and the golden threads slowly fell off like silk. Even the situation inside could be seen clearly. After persisting for half a minute, the speed of the golden ray of light became slower and slower. The one who broke through the golden ray of light was a figure that looked like a god or a demon with 6 wings. Everyone behind him had their eyes tightly shut and clutched their heads. After another half a minute, that figure finally stopped powerlessly. The 3 balls of energy that were revolving around his body gradually retracted back into his body, and he gradually landed on the ground with everyone. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as his body landed on the ground, Yun Nuashing staggered forward a few steps until his head hit a big tree. Only then did he stop. When everyone behind him felt that they had landed safely, they slowly opened their eyes and looked at the guy in front of them with a strange gaze. Little Star can actually stop. Last time he played with a meteor crashing into the ground. Yeah, that time when the ship crashed in Lihuan City, it really scared me. Even when I used the light element, I wasn't as violent as him. The elemental power here is very suppressed, and the light element can only be used by 1/10 of its original power. He's still using it so desperately. Crazy guy, he'll probably have to rest for a while. After stopping, everyone patted their chests and had the urge to vomit after surviving a great disaster. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time Yun Nuashing played with them like this, so it wasn't a big deal. Are you okay? Mu Ling supported Qin Yan with all her might. When she saw that her pretty face, which had just recovered a little bit of color, had turned pale again, she even rolled her eyes and asked with some heartache. Ugh! Hearing these noises, Qin Yan raised her head in discomfort, her chest heaving violently. Then she supported Mu Ling, knelt on the ground, and vomited violently, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat for her. She had to endure such a strong acceleration for the first time. Even Jin Jinwang and the others couldn't take it, let alone a little girl like her. Ah, I forgot that you were in the car and accidentally drove. How are you? Are you okay? Yun Nuashing suddenly appeared beside Qin Yan like a ghost and smiled apologetically, giving everyone a fright. Didn't you just run into a tree? You're courting death, aren't you? Qin Yan was panting heavily and didn't have the energy to respond to him. Mu Ling also patted her back with heartache. The former probably vomited everything she ate 2 days ago. Spit it out. You'll feel better after you spit it out. Yun Nuashing patted her shoulder calmly and said calmly, Vomit your sister. Hearing Yun Nuashing say this familiar line, everyone was furious and raised their middle fingers in unison. You bastard, can't you at least give us some time to prepare the next time you drive? Yuan, she also spat out fiercely and slapped Yun Nuashing on the shoulder. After being slapped, Yun Nuashing's handsome face contorted and he staggered a few steps. Everyone was stunned. Only then did they see that his beautiful light purple hair was now completely white. Cough, cough! Qin Yan, who had vomited for a long time, finally regained her senses. She supported Mu Ling and stood up. She couldn't help but rub her throat, looking very uncomfortable. Her Mei-Mao looked straight at Yun Nuashing. Just when everyone thought that she was going to make things difficult, she said something that made everyone fall to the ground. So exciting! Let's do it again. His eyes sparkled with stars, causing everyone to fall to the ground. Yun Nuashing's legs went soft, and he almost knelt down. It seemed that he was someone who liked excitement. Who would have thought that such a heart was hidden under that serene appearance the god's sacrificial altar was said to be the most mysterious place in the eternal night forest. A god was enshrined there. Some people also said that a god's position was placed there, waiting for the fated person to obtain it. However, this information was from an era ago, and no one knew whether it was true or false. However, there was indeed a strange pressure that only a god, or even a god, had left behind. It was this pressure that made this place the only place in the eternal night forest where there were no demonic beasts. In addition, the god's sacrificial altar was located in the middle of the night god mountain, and there were no demonic beasts to disturb it. Therefore, it was the safest place for many forces to settle down. When I was flying at full speed, I saw that 80% of the people were gathered here, so I wanted to take a look. Yun Nuashing said when they were about 10 miles away from the god's sacrificial altar, he had recovered a certain amount of strength from where he had just landed. At least his hair wasn't completely white anymore. We're close to the source of that energy, Qin Yen said with a frown. Everyone was startled. Could it be that the night god mountain was nearby? However, this thought was quickly dispelled. They were walking towards the god sacrificial altar. Qin Yen also said that the energy was getting closer and closer. It seemed that the so-called source of energy wasn't the energy flow of the night god spring, but the strange pressure left behind by the god's sacrificial altar. They thought that they could directly find the night god spring. After approaching the god sacrificial altar, Yun Nuashing and the others flew for another 10 minutes or so. Then, a huge square suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. When they saw the huge square that had suddenly appeared in the forest, Yun Nuashing and the rest were stunned. When they clearly saw the densely packed crowd on the square, they suddenly came to a realization. This must be the so-called divine sacrificial altar. The huge square was man-made. Standing at the edge of the square, one's line of sight followed the stairs down. Their eyes swept over the small groups of 3 to 5 people who had formed independent circles. Their arrival also attracted the attention of these people. They were slightly startled, but they shifted their attention away in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, there were constantly teams and experts coming to this place. Although there wasn't such a large group of people, there was nothing strange about it. Looking at the center of the square, Yun Nuashing discovered that there was a stone platform that was several hundred feet wide and 2 to 3 meters tall. There was also a group of people on the stone platform. However, the number was much smaller than the number below the stone platform. However, the people on the stone platform all had one thing in common. That was, their auras were extremely powerful. Demonic rank 5 seals and immortal rank 9 seals. The gap between the two sides is too big. Slowly withdrawing her spiritual strength, Yun Nuashing frowned when she clearly sensed the strength of the people on the stone platform. Moreover, some of the demonic rank experts only sat below and didn't climb up. She didn't know if it was because they weren't strong enough or some other reason. Guyu, he's here too. Looking around the stone platform, Qin Yan's gaze froze at a single spot. Her eyebrows knitted together as the corner of her mouth lifted into a cold arc. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She glanced at her and followed her gaze. When she saw the person that she was looking at, she immediately came to a realization. That person was the scarred man who had attacked her earlier. The godchild of the sacred weapon divine hall, Guyu. He has mastered the metal element to perfection. It's said that people of the same level shouldn't fight with him with weapons. The weapons in their hands would be disrupted and even be used for other purposes, injuring themselves instead. Qin Yen knitted her eyebrows and said, "Oh, transcendent?" Hearing this, Tai Rui raised her eyebrows and smiled disdainfully. Yun Nuashing shrugged. One was an ancient inheritance that had studied the metal element for countless years, while the other was a great force that studied weapons. The similarity between the two was that they were proficient in the metal element. As for which one was stronger, it was hard to say without a direct comparison. His eyes only lingered on Guyu for a while before moving away to the center of the stone platform. In the center, there was an ancient square altar. Thick layers of dust covered the altar, and there was no one within 10 zhang of it. With his extraordinary soul power, Yun Nuashing could feel that the altar was emitting a little bit of horrifying pressure. Suddenly feeling that something was wrong, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She carefully stared at the stone platform and the square altar and frowned. A scene was extracted from her memory. It was the time when they were in the Tana's water god palace. At that time, the god bestowment altar had the same shape as the god sacrificial altar. Could there be some connection between the two? Or was there some secret to the shape? Just as Yun Nuashing was thinking hard, a pair of eyes slowly shifted over and stared straight at Yun Nuashing. Chapter 437. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment when he felt this gaze. He turned his head slightly and followed the gaze. However, he saw an acquaintance that he did not want to see. The owner of that gaze suddenly parted the corners of his mouth into a crazy arc. A fanatical voice sounded like thunder from the stone platform. "Spiritual divine body! Yun Nuashing, we meet again." The fanatical shout that suddenly sounded from the stone platform attracted some strange gazes. When these gazes glanced at the owner of the shout, they looked at Yun Nuashing at the edge of the square. The gazes of some people immediately became a little strange. Spiritual divine body? Almost everyone on the central stone platform turned their gazes the moment they heard this name. They fixed their gazes on the periphery. For a moment, the atmosphere of the scene was quite strange. The name Yun Nuashing could be said to be a household name among the younger generation. It could even be said that he was a mythical figure under the distortion of some people. From the moment he heard the shout that sounded like a fan meeting his idol, no, a fanatical believer meeting a messenger, to the hundreds of gazes that were fixed on him, only a second had passed. Yun Nuashing's current posture was a little strange. He crossed his arms and leaned against a tree. His casual action, however, was exceptionally arrogant in the eyes of others. "Nightmare, you bastard." The hundreds of gazes that he suddenly received caused Yun Nuashing to be stunned for a moment. He was not used to being stared at and immediately became furious. The veins on his forehead bulged. He wanted to grab the person who shouted and beat him up. The person who shouted, the person's voice, tone, and tone were the only people he knew who would shout at him in such a crazy manner. "Come on! Come on! Come on! It just so happens that we have not finished fighting last time. Take advantage of this. Take advantage of this. Let's continue." Nightmare laughed foolishly a few times. His body, which was hugging his arms, was trembling and twisting. An almost sickly red color appeared on his face. This caused the surrounding people to be stunned. They hurriedly took a few steps back. Nightmare's appearance was no different from a pervert. This is the pervert that you were talking about?" When Yao Hua saw Nightmare's disgusting actions, his entire body trembled. He naturally took a step back and then laughed dryly as he looked at Yun Nuashing and the other two. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, an evil smile suddenly appeared on Nightmare's face. He waved his hand, and the huge black sickle shot out of his hand. He stomped his foot on the ground, and his body was like a lightning bolt. He broke through space and slashed the huge sickle in his hand. "Yun Nuashing, so annoying. Can't you leave me alone?" Facing Mo Yan's sudden attack, Yun Nuashing felt a sharp pain in his head. His right hand made a grabbing motion in front of him, and the nether void sword appeared in his hand. His body also shot forward, and the purple night flame broke out of his body, curling around the giant sword as he viciously slashed at Mo Yan. Clang! The two huge weapons collided fiercely in the air with the force of 1,000 caddies. The sound waves suddenly arrived, as if a huge bell was rumbling in the sky, causing everyone's ears to ring. Some of the weaker ones even spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Clang! After another collision, a hurricane of energy suddenly swept out, shaking the forest below into pieces. The sound waves were like thunder rumbling in the sky. Those who were already heavily injured felt the blood in their bodies churning. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them didn't have any killing intent, just the sound waves alone would have shattered the meridians of experts below Immortal 5. Haha. Again. After the two collisions, Nightmare took a few steps back. He was a little shocked. The last time they collided, both sides were evenly matched. This time his arm was numb and the aura in his body was a little chaotic. However, he still laughed on the surface. I don't have time to fool around with you. Yun Nuashing frowned when he felt the rising fighting spirit in Mo Yan's body. He didn't come here to fight, but to gain experience. He came here to find the eternal night flame. He didn't want to get involved too much with the others. Sigh. The inexplicable frustration in his heart made Yun Nuashing scratch his head in distress. Nightmare didn't have any killing intent, so he couldn't go all out. However, it seemed like he needed to intimidate this battle maniac, Buzz. The right hand holding the Nether Void sword slowly lowered. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and clenched his left and right hand. The colorful patterns on his arm lit up. Then, a long silver-blue needle appeared in front of everyone's eyes. As soon as the Nether Void sword appeared, the energy of heaven and earth surged toward it like a tidal wave. In the end, it even formed a huge whirlpool. After the Nether Void sword appeared, Yun Nuashing didn't hesitate. He clashed the two swords together and put the Nether Void sword into the Nether Void sword. From afar, a long, extremely violent flame was rolling. Terrifying energy spread from his hands. A chaotic and violent energy that could destroy balance slowly formed. Everyone could clearly feel that they couldn't feel the energy of heaven and earth. Wait. If you don't want to fight, then don't fight. It's not too late to fight next time. Don't bring this thing out. Feeling the birth of this extremely violent and chaotic energy, Nightmare's fanaticism was instantly scared away. Only a bitter smile was left on his face. The crowd below also stood up in a panic. Some even ran out of the square. Not fighting anymore. Seeing the crowd scatter like birds and beasts, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that a little action would make people want to run away like frightened birds. Not fighting anymore. Not fighting anymore. You cheated. We'll fight next time. Hearing this, a trace of bitterness surfaced in Nightmare's heart. Last time, Yun Nuashing's actions had directly shattered 3 eternal weapons into pieces and turned a place like the Ghost Chi Forest into an abyss. Now that he saw Yun Nuashing's actions, let alone fight, he even had the thought of running away. There's a next time? Yun Nuashing sighed. He clenched his hands slightly. The long flame moved even more violently. A terrifying thing gradually formed, spewing flames and lightning. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Which bastard is flirting with this fiend for no reason? Even if he's tired of living, he shouldn't be courting death like this. We didn't set up such a setting to die with you. Seeing that he still wanted to continue, everyone below suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and flew out with all their might. Before they left, they even fiercely glanced at Devil Nightmare. In their opinion, if he hadn't started the trouble and just happened to bump into the muzzle of Yun Nua's spear, he wouldn't have caused such a thing. Seeing that Yun Nuashing wasn't going to let him off, Nightmare's face turned ugly. He immediately laughed bitterly and couldn't help but roar. There won't be a next time. Is that enough? Only when he heard that did Yun Nuashing nod his head in satisfaction. His hands that were clasped together gradually separated. Immediately, the fusion of the Linghong sword and the Nether Void sword was stopped. The destructive energy that filled the sky also slowly disappeared. Sensing the disappearance of the energy, everyone exhaled heavily. It was as if they wanted to expel all the shock they had just experienced. They couldn't help but wipe off their cold sweat and pat their chests. Mother asterisk her. If we let you fuse the two divine weapons together, the eternal night forest wouldn't even exist anymore. Great method of deterrence. Seeing the group of people trembling in fear and not even daring to look at Yun Nua planet, Yuan Shi and the others all gave him a thumbs up. This deterrence would resolve the upcoming battle without shedding a drop of blood. It would save them a lot of effort, and it would also prevent others from finding trouble with them. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. After landing on the ground and seeing everyone's actions, Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly. I didn't do it on purpose. Who asked him to come up as a springboard? I'll just use him as a deterrent. Come. Stop fooling around. Come and take a look at this thing. We can't solve it. You have the godly body of the spiritual receiver. Maybe you can solve this thing. As soon as Yun Nuashing landed, Nightmare rushed up excitedly. His actions shocked everyone. Just when everyone thought that he was going to sneak up on them, he grabbed Yun Nuashing's wrist and pulled him along as he spoke. Yuan Shi and the others behind him were dumbfounded. Yun Nuashing shuddered. What are you trying to do by pulling me along? Come. Make way. Clear a path for me. Mo Yen pulled Yun Nuashing with one hand and ran straight to the stone platform. He continued to shout loudly, and those who heard this shout all glared at him with displeasure. After a long while, they reluctantly walked to the side and sat down on the stone bench, towards this devil incarnate. Those who were also of the younger generation could not be bothered with him. Yun Nuashing was awkwardly pulled along by him all the way until they reached the square altar in the center of the stone platform. Only then did Nightmare let go of her. How is it? Is there anything? Yuan Shi and the others, who had jogged all the way, also surrounded the altar. They all looked up at Yun Nuashing and asked. Some people on the stone platform looked a little unfriendly with the sudden appearance of this large group of people. However, after glancing at Yun Nuashing and Nightmare, they lowered their heads again. They didn't have the courage to argue with these two lunatics. I haven't seen it yet. Yun Nuashing shook her head. She lowered her head and blew on the altar. This altar was 3 meters wide and 3 feet tall. Its surface was covered in dust, and there were many traces of being wiped. It should have been left behind by the people in front of them. Her palm brushed across the surface of the altar. A thick layer of dust drifted away, and the appearance of the altar was completely revealed to everyone. This is... Yun Nuashing frowned. On the altar, there was a complicated formation. Furthermore, there were many things that looked like ancient characters and talismans. They were written in between the energy matrices of the formation. On the 4 corners of the altar, there were also 4 similar things. Everyone took a look and frowned. Then they walked around the altar twice, but still couldn't figure out where these things were looking from. Sai, I don't understand them. Nuashing, can you understand them? After looking for a while, Yuan, she shook his head. He wasn't a formation master and didn't learn ancient languages. He couldn't understand these 2 things. Yun Nuashing also shook her head. The things that looked like ancient characters weren't from the mythological era. Chapter 438. Seeing Yun Nuashing shake his head, Yuan Shi and the rest sighed in distress. Among them, the one with the most tricks was Yun Nuashing. If even he couldn't do anything, then they probably couldn't either. It can't be? Even you can't figure it out? When Nightmare saw Yun Nuashing shake his head, he immediately widened his eyes and even used his elbow to poke Yun Nuashing. He whispered something to Yun Nuashing, causing the latter to roll his eyes at him. He wasn't an encyclopedia. Some things don't necessarily need to be understood. Yun Nuashing shook his head and closed his eyes. After a moment, he slowly opened them, and a purplish gold light shot out from his eyes, causing everyone to turn their gazes over. When everyone saw the many tiny rays floating around his eyes and the pair of purplish gold eyes, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What's up with that pair of eyes? Could it be that he can really solve that array? Purplish gold eyes, so beautiful. I want a pair too. Overestimating himself. A mere immortal stage wants to solve this array. Even a demonic stage array master can't solve it. Just as the evil spirit eye started to operate, many voices sounded from the surroundings. Some were filled with anticipation, while others were filled with sneers. This made Yuan Shi and the rest a little unhappy, and they all frowned. Ignoring those voices, Yun Nuashing stared straight at the array. After the evil spirit eye appeared, the array in his line of sight lit up with spots of light. These spots of light flickered at the outermost edges of the array. When Yun Nuashing turned his attention over, the spots of light also started to move slightly. However, they didn't move around the array's path, but instead rose into the air, leaving behind a fiery red trail wherever they passed. Seeing that something was strange, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Then he focused his attention on observing. The fiery red spots of light rose at an angle to about a foot above the altar before stopping and slowly falling down. Oh, aye! Yun Nuashing looked at the fiery red light spot in confusion. After looking at it for a while, she realized that if the traces left by the light spots were connected, they would form an oval. Only then did she understand. After watching the light spot circling its ellipse for a few times, another light spot slowly rose from another corner of the sacrificial altar. It also drew a flat ellipse in the air, which looked like a mirror image of the first ellipse. Seeing his expression, Zian and the others looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that there was really something in this magic circle? However, they didn't see anything. However, Yun Nuashing was using her evil spirit eye to look. It was normal for her to be able to see something that they couldn't. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. Just as everyone was watching Yun Nuashing's expression change between confusion and realization for a long time, the latter's expression suddenly froze and became calm. This made Zian and the others a little confused. In his line of sight, a large cluster of light spots was flying in front of him. They were all moving according to their own trajectories. In the center of the many trajectories, there was a bright cluster of light that emitted a bright light. This seemed to be the center of the many trajectories. It's a bit like the trajectory of celestial bodies. Could it be that it's pointing to the movement of stars? Scratching his head, Yun Nuashing looked strangely at the cluster of light and the trajectories of the many light spots. This thing that looked like the movement of stars did not change after the cluster of light in the center appeared. It moved repeatedly, and he didn't know what it was trying to tell him. After hesitating for a while, Yun Nuashing slowly reached out his hand and moved near the cluster of light spots. He stretched out his index finger and gently touched it. Ding! Originally, he thought that his finger would pass through the light spots, but his finger directly touched the trajectory. He also saw that the whole thing trembled because of his touch. It even made a slight ringing sound which gave him a fright. Seeing him carefully touching something, Zian and the others were still confused. They couldn't see anything after observing for a while and seeing that there was nothing unusual. Yun Nuashing nodded. A little suction force was emitted from his palm and gently sucked the large cluster of light onto his palm. Ding ding! As soon as the cluster of light spots landed on his palm, a light ringing sound was heard. When the light spots brushed past his palm, he felt a little sore and itchy. Huh, what's this? Suddenly, she looked at Yun Nuashing's palm. There, a cluster of light spots gradually appeared on the latter's palm. His shout also attracted the attention of the others. They quickly turned their gazes and looked at Yun Nuashing. When they saw that there was an extra thing on his palm, they couldn't help but be stunned. This thing wasn't on his palm just now. I took it out from the array. I'm not sure either. Yun Nuashing shook his head and answered, Array? You really solved it? Hearing this, Mo Yen suddenly laughed and patted him with his palm. He laughed loudly and said, I knew you could do it. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. The The commotion here also attracted the attention of the others. Instantly, many people looked over in shock, especially when they saw the cluster of light in Yun Nuoxing's palm. Their shock turned into horror. Did he really solve it? Just as everyone was rejoicing and shocked, Yun Nuoxing frowned. There wasn't much change in the surroundings after he took out the object. He looked at the array on the altar with confusion. When he looked at the object in his palm, his frown deepened. So where's Night God Peak? A faint laugh suddenly rang out, washing away the joy in the place. The discussion stopped abruptly. That's right, where's Night God Peak? What does this have to do with Night God Peak? Yun Nuoxing frowned and turned his head to look at the person who spoke. When he saw the person, he was stunned. This was because the person who spoke was none other than the deity of the sacred weapon Holy Hall, Guyu. Hearing this, Guyu laughed disdainfully. He looked straight at Yun Nuoxing with his black eyes and said, "According to the information I received, Night God Peak is hidden in space under the effect of the boundary of the Eternal Night Forest. Every time the Eternal Night Forest opens, Night God Peak's position will be moved to another location. However, Night God Peak's position has always been within the Night God Mountain. If no one can find it, it will always be sealed in the boundary. Then, no one will be able to obtain the Night God Spring at the peak of the mountain. My clan's elder told me that the only way to find the Night God Peak is to undo the formation on the God's sacrificial altar. This formation will change with the opening of the Eternal Night Forest's boundary. Every time we enter, we have to undo it again. Therefore, you didn't solve this array. As for this thing that you created, you can slowly study it after you solve it." At the end of his sentence, Guyu laughed disdainfully. This made Yun Nuoxing feel inexplicably angry. There's such a thing. When everyone heard this news, they all frowned. Almost everyone present had seen this array before, but no one could decipher it. The only one who could do something was Yun Nuoxing. Although no one knew what he had done, he was the only one who had managed to do something after seeing the array. "Oh, so?" Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently when he saw the smile on Guyu's face that made him unhappy. "So, you can continue to solve it. What else can you do?" Hearing his question, Guyu couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Yun Nuoxing as if he was looking at an idiot. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he did something that no one expected. He stuffed the thing back into the array, leaving everyone confused. After stuffing the strange thing back, he casually clapped his hands and smiled. "Sorry, I can't solve it." "If you're so good, you can do it." Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. "Didn't you just create something? Why can't you solve it?" "Haha." Guyu laughed and stood up. He patted his gray robes and said, "I can't solve it either. You're the only one here who has a clue. Why can't you solve it? Unless you want to monopolize the Night God Spring." This sentence directly accused Yun Nuoxing of a crime. Yuan Shi and the others frowned. How did this become monopolizing the Night God Spring? Yun Nuoxing smiled and didn't say anything. "That's right, fellow cultivator. We're not as skilled as you and can't solve this array. Why don't you just solve this array? We'll enjoy the Night God Spring together. You can go first." Seeing Yun Nuoxing's evil smile, someone shuddered and quickly said with a smile. He could also tell that Guyu was forcing Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the person who spoke and frowned. He turned back to look at Guyu and narrowed his eyes. He sneered and said word by word, "I solve. No, solve. It seems that you really do want to monopolize the Night God Spring." Hearing this, Guyu smiled and shook his head. However, anyone could tell that there was a trace of anger in his laughter. "Oh, angry? I don't care if you solve it or not. I'm not in a hurry. What does it have to do with me?" Hearing that laughter, Yun Nuoxing smiled unusually brightly. He almost laughed out loud through gritted teeth, causing everyone to shudder. "First, I'm not in a hurry to find that stupid Night God Spring. You're the ones who are in a hurry, not me. That's not why I came to the Eternal Night Forest. Second, since I'm the only one here who has a way to solve this damn array, don't bullshit me. Get lost and wait on your knees. You can't help me with this, and you dare to give me orders. Third, I'll leave right now. I don't care about the night god spring. If any of you have the ability, go ahead. Yun Nuashing stretched out his finger and pointed diagonally at the ground. As soon as he shouted, everyone's expressions turned ugly. After saying those 3 sentences, Yun Nuashing snorted coldly and turned to leave. Xian and the others behind him looked at each other and hurriedly followed. They followed Yun Nuashing's lead. Since he said that they wouldn't look for the night god spring, then they wouldn't look for it. In any case, this trip had made them a little stronger, which was enough. Gu Yu's high and mighty commanding attitude made them very unhappy. The 3 shouts were like thunder, causing Gu Yu to tremble all over. His face immediately darkened, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. Hey, hey, hey! Since you're already here, don't be in a hurry to leave. Why do you care about that be** starred? Can't you just treat his words as if they're farts? When Yun Nuashing walked to the edge of the stone platform and was about to walk down, Nightmare was unhappy. He hurriedly ran to his side and muttered, "Why don't I help you beat him up? Calm down and undo the formation. I'll kill that son of a B** *th. Fellow cultivator devil is right. Mr. Yin, if you have any requests, just let us know. If we can help you undo the formation, we'll definitely do it for you as long as it's within our power." At this time, someone else chimed in. They also didn't want the only person who could undo the formation to run away. "Hey, someone is glaring at me with the intention of killing me. I don't want to work for such scum." Hearing that, Yun Nuashing glanced behind him and saw Gu Yu's fierce gaze. He shook his head. "Kid, put away that ugly face of yours. Do you believe that I'll slap you to death? You're useless, and you're still barking at me. Glare again, and I'll throw you out. Apologize to Mr. Yun now, and we'll spare your life." Hearing Yun Nuashing's words, the surrounding people immediately became agitated. They all cursed at Gu Yu, causing his face to turn green and red. He looked at Yun Nuashing with increasingly fierce eyes, but he didn't dare to make a sound. There were many people present who were stronger than him, and this unexpectedly aroused the anger of the crowd. If he dared to open his mouth and say another word, he would really be thrown out. Originally, he only wanted to urge and force Yun Nuashing to undo the formation as soon as possible. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Gu Yu even saw a few Devil Stage powerhouses slowly walking forward. His face instantly turned ashen, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they hurt. After a long while, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "I'm sorry." Seeing that Gu Yu was deflated, Qin Yan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The former looked angry out of humiliation, and he didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance from before. Seeing him like this, she felt a little happy in her heart. She still held a grudge against him for attacking her in the forest. Feeling that Gu Yu's killing intent was slowly fading, Yun Nuashing looked at the dozen or so smiling faces around him, then nodded. He slowly turned around and walked to the front of the altar. His actions caused everyone to heave a sigh of relief. Chapter 439. Yun Nuashing placed his palm gently on the altar and took a deep breath. He lifted his hand slightly, and the ball of light that had just disappeared appeared on his palm once again. Everyone perked up when they saw the ball of light. They quickly sat down and stared at the ball of light without blinking. "Phew," Yun Nuashing exhaled. Golden energy flowed out of his arm and poured into the ball of light. He didn't know how to break this formation and could only try it step by step. The golden origin energy poured into the ball of light and caused a change in the ball of light. The ball of light that was originally rotating slowly sped up a lot after the origin energy was poured into it. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, it slowly expanded. "There's a change." The sudden change made everyone happy. Yun Nuashing also stared at the ball of light in the center with a serious expression. Those light spots grew bigger and bigger, and even their trajectories expanded a lot. In just a few breaths of time, they had already exceeded the range of the square. Moreover, they were still rapidly spreading outwards. In fact, as they spread outwards, there were even many more light spots moving around the huge ball of light in Yun Nuashing's palm. "Come and help me." He was shocked by the origin energy that was disappearing rapidly in his body. He quickly transmitted a message to Ziyin and the others. When they heard his voice, they couldn't be bothered to look at the beautiful scene. They quickly walked to Yun Nuashing's side and placed their palms on his shoulders. The 10 or so waves of energy gathered into a massive flow of energy and ferociously poured into Yun Nuashing's body, causing him to tremble. Feeling his body become filled with energy, he let out a sigh of relief and continued to control the energy to pour into the orb of light. Buzz! The ball of light that was revolving around the ball of light spread rapidly. The number of balls of light increased as the ball of light grew larger. In the end, half of the Night God Mountain was covered by the ball of light. The people on Night God Mountain were startled by the spectacle. They could see the dancing light spots in the air from afar. Their gazes all turned to the center of the spectacle. They all realized something and hurriedly flew in that direction. Soul power spread out along with the light spot. When Yun Nuashing sensed that no matter how much energy she injected into the light spot, she could not make it expand even a little bit. She knew then that the light spot had expanded to its limit. At this moment, the light spot had already covered the entire Night God Mountain. The vast scene made everyone raise their heads in shock. At this moment, the movement of the dots of light became extremely slow, almost to the point of stopping. The huge dots of light danced in the sky like stars in the sky. Even the thick layer of energy tide was pushed far away by the balls of light. Seeing everyone raise their heads in surprise, Guyu frowned and his face darkened. Just as he was about to say something, he shut his mouth and snorted coldly before sitting back down. "It's a star map." Ziyi saw this scene through Yun Nuashing's eyes and could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Star map." Yun Nuashing was startled and quickly asked. Ziyi nodded and explained, "This is a record of the movements of the surrounding stars, with the realm of the gods as the center. The ball of light in the center should be the realm of the gods, and the ones outside should be the many stars in the star field." Hearing that, Yun Nuashing also opened her eyes wide and looked carefully. The rotating light spots in the sky varied in size and brightness. They really were like stars in the night sky. Night God Mountain, Night God Eternal Night Forest, Night God Spring. Suddenly, Ziyi pinched her chin and muttered to herself. She seemed to have thought of something, causing Yun Nuashing to hold her breath as she waited for her to say something useful. I can't remember, but if you stuff that ball of light into the engraved formation, the Night God Mountain should be able to come out." A moment later, Ziyi stuck out her little tongue and laughed, causing Yun Nuashing to almost fall over. Yun Nuashing was speechless as she looked at Ziyi, who shrugged cutely. She nodded in annoyance and held the huge ball of light with both hands as she slowly moved it near the altar. When she looked at the altar, she was stunned. The originally dim altar lit up with an unusually bright light at this moment. The formation lines and ancient words on it seemed to come alive as they slowly squirmed. Yun Nuashing wrinkled her nose. There was no such change just now, but she did not think too much about it now. However, when she saw the size of the ball of light, she was stunned again. "It's so big. How do we stuff it in?" Yun Nuashing was a little dumbfounded when she saw the difference in size between the two. Just stuff it in." Ziyi smiled and waved her hand. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing continued to move the ball of light downward suspiciously. Just when the ball of light touched the altar and she thought she would see the ball of light pass through the altar seemed to have a suction force that sucked the ball of light in. Seeing the ball of light being sucked into the formation, Yun Nuashing hurriedly let go of her hand and stared at the huge ball of light. She watched as it was completely sucked into the formation and disappeared. The formation on the altar also gradually calmed down. It's gone? After the ball of light completely entered the formation, Yun Nuashing raised her head and saw that the surroundings were still calm. The ball of light in the sky was still hanging high in the sky. She could not help but be stunned. Why was there no change at all? Boom! Just when Yun Nuashing thought that her method was wrong, a loud boom suddenly exploded, like a shocking thunder, causing the ground to tremble a few times. Everyone lost their footing and was directly thrown to the ground, forcing those who were intoxicated by the scene in the sky to regain their senses. What the hell? Why did it suddenly shake? What's going on? At the same time, many cursing voices could be heard. However, before anyone could stand up, an even more intense tremor came from afar. Boom! The entire ground was shaking as if there was a sudden earthquake. It caused those who wanted to get up to quickly lie down on the ground. Their vision was blurry and trembling. They could not even see clearly what was in front of them. The sudden tremor was accompanied by an enormous pressure that descended from the sky. Everyone was shocked to find that the energy in their bodies could not leave their bodies. It was as if their cultivation had been sealed. They could not even use the slightest bit of strength. Yun Nuashing, who was also under this pressure, was shocked to discover that the silver-blue zither in her heart was suddenly vibrating at a high frequency, as if it was going to break free at any moment, seeing the strange movements of the swirling dragon zither. Yun Nuashing clutched her chest in shock. The swirling dragon zither would not have such an automatic defensive action unless it was under the pressure of a deity, the deterrence of a deity. Quick! Use the swirling dragon zither to protect everyone around you. Seeing the strange movements of the swirling dragon zither, Zi immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and shouted in a panic. Only a deity could make a god park weapon react. Yun Nuashing was just about to ask how to protect them when a layer of silver blue light suddenly surged from his body and enveloped him. Instantly, the palpitating feeling gradually disappeared. Gritting her teeth, Yun Nuashing hurriedly reached out and grabbed Zian. Then, to her delight, she discovered that the layer of silver blue light followed her arm and extended to her body. Little star! The sudden appearance of the silver blue light stunned Zian. She hurriedly turned around and was stunned when she saw his serious expression. Quick! Everyone, squeeze over here. Quick! Without having time to answer Zian's doubts, Yun Nuashing pulled her into his arms. With a flick of her right hand, a golden chain shot out from her sleeve and wrapped around Yuan Shi and the others who had yet to react. The sudden appearance of the chain around their waists startled everyone. Before they could react, the silver blue light surged along the chain and into their bodies. Then everyone reacted and heard his shout. Before they could ask anything, they hurriedly rushed toward Yun Nuashing. Looking left and right, Yun Nuashing saw Mo Yen squatting on the ground as though he was facing a great enemy. Yun Nuashing frowned. However, he still threw out a chain and pulled Mo Yen over under Yun Nuashing's surprised gaze. When everyone gathered together, the silver blue light slowly wriggled and turned into a thin layer of silver blue barrier in front of Yun Nuashing and the others. Boom! Crack! The moment the barrier formed, the entire ground shook violently. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Those with sharp eyes could even see cracks in space. Buzz! A soft buzzing sound pierced through Yun Nuashing's eardrums. She raised her head abruptly. The star-like light spots in the sky suddenly vibrated at an extremely high frequency. She didn't know if it was because her eyes were playing tricks on her, but the brilliant light made it seem as if a dozen suns had suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, boom! Tens of thousands of specks of light suddenly expanded before exploding. Hundreds of thousands of high-frequency shock waves descended from the sky and crashed into the night god mountain. The entire mountain range shook violently as a result. Outside the mountain range, the dark mist and forest within a 500-kilometer radius were almost instantly annihilated. The drifting smoke and dust enveloped the entire night god mountain. After the shock waves passed, the entire world quieted down. Buzz, the energy tide floating on top of the night god mountain, was also completely destroyed by the shock wave. What appeared next was a dazzling starry sky. Under the starry sky, an abnormally tall mountain appeared in his line of sight, and there were crackling thunderbolts lingering around it. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet wide, and its height reached the sky. Just like the night god mountain, it was dark in color. On the precipitous mountain walls, one could see many uneven areas and many huge rocks jutting out of the mountain. The higher one went, the sharper the mountain peak. However, one couldn't see how tall it was. It was like a pillar supporting the sky. Night God Mountain. Although the Night God Mountain suddenly appeared in front of everyone, it was unusually quiet. The entire God's offering altar fell into an eerie silence. A gentle breeze blew the scattered dust away, revealing the situation on the God's offering altar. In the huge square, hundreds of people were lying on the ground. In an instant, it was as if a pile of corpses had appeared. If there was a bit more of the smell of blood, it would be more realistic. However, the chests of the people among them were still rising and falling slightly. It seemed like they had only fainted. On the stone platform in the center, a silver-blue barrier stood tall, and some light flowed on its surface. The barrier lasted for a few minutes, then slowly dissipated. Inside the barrier, more than 10 figures were squeezed together, and they seemed to have fainted as well. Ugh, a low moan quietly sounded. Turning his gaze, he saw a black figure slowly sit up. There was a petite figure curled up in his arms, and he was slightly taken aback. "Xian, wake up." Yun Nuashing gently called out to Xian as she placed her palm on her shoulder and shook her gently. A stream of energy flowed into her body through her palm. After carefully circulating around her body, she heaved a sigh of relief when she found that there was no problem and that she had only fainted. "Yuan Shi, wake up." Patting Yuan Shi, who was lying beside her, Yun Nuashing hurriedly called out to him. "Wood Spirit, Jining, Huiji, Nightmare." She called out their names one by one, but not a single person woke up. She didn't know how much of a shock they had suffered. Moreover, Yun Nuashing was shocked when she saw the crisscrossing corpses in the square. So no one died? Scratching her head, Yun Nuashing was a little puzzled. The shock wave that contained the divine right had even caused the swirling zither to act on its own. She didn't expect that no one would die. That is, looking around, she saw a huge pillar suddenly appear in the distance. She couldn't help but be stunned. She quickly opened her eyes and even opened her evil spirit eye. She remembered that there was definitely no such pillar just now. After using her evil spirit eye for a moment and confirming that it wasn't an illusion, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she suddenly thought of something and muttered in surprise. "Night God Peak?" Chapter 440. I spent so much effort to summon Night God Peak, but Yun Nuashing was slightly delighted when he saw Night God Peak. However, when he lowered his head and saw that everyone was sleeping soundly, he couldn't help but frown. It wasn't easy to summon them, but they were all unconscious. What should he do? Just as Yun Nuashing was about to carry everyone up by himself, a soft moan suddenly sounded out from his chest, causing Yun Nuashing to be stunned. He hurriedly lowered his head and saw that Xian's slender eyebrows were slowly trembling. "Xian, wake up." Yun Nuashing was slightly delighted when he saw this. He quickly lowered his head and called out to her softly. He even patted her shoulder gently, as if she had heard the call. Xian's jade-like hands trembled slightly. Her eyes also struggled to roll up her eyelids. With great difficulty she opened her eyes. Her deep purple eyes were still filled with confusion. She did not know what had happened. "Thank God, at least one of us is awake." Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her open her eyes. His body relaxed as a result. He even wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with his right hand. Xian saw him heave a sigh of relief as soon as she opened her eyes. She blinked her Mei-Mao and turned her head slightly. When she saw the people lying on the ground, she was also stunned for a moment like Yun Nuashing. Then she turned her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. She murmured, "What happened just now?" Yun Nuashing said with a smile, "The shock wave formed by the stars contained divine power. The swirling zither automatically defended itself. I pulled you all in, but I didn't expect that you would still faint. However, no one was hurt. They just fainted. Don't worry." After he finished speaking, he finally blushed when he saw their postures. He coughed dryly and was about to help Xian stand up when the latter suddenly asked, "Everyone fainted?" Mei-Mao was still staring at his eyes, as if she didn't believe him. "Yes, I did faint. I was thinking about how to move you on Shi and the others up to Night God Peak. Just a moment ago, Night." Yun Nuashing nodded with a red face and pointed in the direction of Night God Peak. Before she could finish speaking, she saw a pretty face rapidly magnifying in her line of sight. Ugh! Yun Nuashing's eyes suddenly widened. His lips touched something soft, causing his head to explode with a bang. His outstretched hand froze in midair, and he even felt a little dizzy. He almost fainted on the ground like Yuan Shi and the others. "We haven't had any time to be alone lately." After a gentle kiss, Xian reluctantly let go of Yun Nuashing's mouth. She leaned her head on his shoulder and even rubbed against him a few times before she murmured. Ever since Yuan, she followed them on the road. She hadn't had much time to be alone with Yun Nuashing. Although she still had Ming with her at that time, this little girl seemed to have done a few good deeds. "Is this why you sneaked an attack on me?" Yun Nuashing opened her mouth and wanted to say this, but her throat was numb. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a sound. Her cheeks twitched, and in the end, she could only laugh bitterly. To him, there was no time to be alone with her. She didn't care about Ming beside her, but he cared. Moreover, there was still two people in his body. He lowered his head and saw Xian's intoxicated expression. He didn't want to disturb her, so he shook his head and didn't say anything. He just let her fingers intertwine with his. He seemed to have gotten used to it and was already obedient to whatever she did. It was rare that Zai didn't say anything and didn't urge him to hurry to the Night God Spring. After a while, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and stroked Xian's head with her left hand. Her soft, long hair slid down. After a while, she said softly, "Little girl, let's go to the Night God Spring first." Hearing this, Xian opened Mei-Mao's eyes. She raised her head and looked into the pair of light purple eyes. She smiled gently and nodded. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing also smiled and helped her stand up. He turned around and looked at the group of people lying on the ground. He scratched his head and nodded. His 6 wings slowly spread until they were about 10 feet wide. Endless wind elements gathered from afar. With the disappearance of the godly right shock wave, the suppressed power also recovered. Yun Nuashing also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that he would have to climb the Night God Peak. If he really had to climb that mountain, he definitely wouldn't have wanted to. Phew! The wind elements gathered around him. Yun Nuashing exhaled softly. With a thought, the wind elements spread out and carried Yuan Shi, Jining, and the others. He even included Nightmare. Xian looked at the last passenger in astonishment. She didn't know why she had to bring him along. "Yeah, I don't know why either. Maybe it's because he's fighting for justice for me?" Yun Nuashing said as he spread his hands. Xian shrugged and smiled faintly. Yun Nuashing was a little worried when he turned around and looked at the people being carried by the wind elements. He was afraid that they would fall. After thinking for a while, he shot out a dozen golden chains from under his windbreaker and wrapped them around everyone. Only then did he nod. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at Xian, who was looking at him with a pair of moving Mei-Mao eyes that seemed to be able to speak. He was stunned. A thought appeared in his mind. and his face turned slightly red. Yun Nuashing nodded and took a deep breath. Under Xian's astonished and shy gaze, he stiffly picked her up in a princess carry. He even said in a trembling voice, "Let's go, princess!" Pfft. Xian couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. She nodded and hugged Yun Nuashing's neck with her lily-white hands. She pressed her cherry lips against Yun Nuashing's ear and murmured, "Let's go, my prince!" A gentle fragrance blew past his ear, and Yun Nuashing's body trembled. Especially when she added the word "my," his face turned even redder. He kept asking himself, "Did I do something wrong?" Pfft. "Little star, you actually took the initiative." "Oh, he. Zai finally couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard that self-questioning that sounded almost remorseful. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He coughed dryly and hurriedly led everyone to Night God Peak. As for the others, he didn't have the energy. Whether or not they could catch up before the Eternal Night Forest closed would depend on their own luck. In any case, they were going to leave first. The fierce wind stirred up by the six-winged wings blew the surrounding trees askew. A group of figures flew through the air, close to the forest. The air was filled with dazzling golden specks of light. They dissipated not long after appearing in the air. Every time a speck of light disappeared, a weak speck of light would take its place. Rumble! The fierce wind stirred up by the six-winged wings were accompanied by bursts of thunder. The 5 elements filled the 6-winged wings. Every time the wings flapped, the elements in the air would churn slightly and create a series of sonic booms. The faint power of time circled around his body, disrupting the energy that was oppressing him. Sensing the increasingly weak elemental power, Yun Nuashing frowned. The usable elemental energy is getting weaker and weaker. I can't even use the light element. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He flapped his 6-winged wings, causing the fierce winds to push his body and push him far away. His rapidly flashing figure suddenly stopped at the foot of Night God Peak. He stretched his 6-winged wings to their maximum extent and then flapped them down fiercely. Boom! Under the effect of the 6-winged wings, the compressed air suddenly exploded beneath his feet. Yun Nuashing and the others flew into the sky like a cannonball. The vibrations in the air even caused cracks to appear in the space. Even the forest below couldn't withstand the force and snapped in half. As soon as he approached Night God Peak, Yun Nuashing sensed that his connection with the light element had been severed. He was slightly shocked, but he didn't think too much about it. He turned his head and looked behind him. The ground was already far away from them. He sighed softly. He turned his gaze to the front. A galaxy hung high in the sky. It was eternal and brilliant. Billions of stars sparkled under the night sky. Where did that galaxy come from? And where did it flow to? Xian raised his head and looked at him. His eyes reflected the deep light of the stars. He also turned his head and looked at the sky. The boundless galaxy was still beautiful under the night sky. However, there was something different about it. "It's not," Yun Nuashing murmured. Xian turned his head in confusion. "What's not?" Yun Nuashing shook his head. He pointed at the galaxy in the sky and said, "This galaxy isn't the one I usually see. I've never seen this galaxy in the night sky." Xian was stunned when she heard this. She looked at the river of stars in the sky before turning her head to look at Qin. She didn't seem to be joking, so she couldn't help but support her forehead with her hand. Exactly how much do you like to look at the starry sky to be able to notice that a change has occurred in this practically unchanging and almost eternal river of stars? This isn't the galaxy we've stayed in for more than 10 years. Hearing this, Xian felt that she had really lost to him. Although she followed his temperament and liked to gaze at the Milky Way with him when he raised his head to look at it, she actually didn't pay much attention to it. Well, only an idiot like you can detect the abnormality of this galaxy. Zai's helpless voice rang out in her mind. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. "Is it wrong that I'm used to looking at the stars? This is indeed not the eternal starry sky. This starry sky is the starry sky of the past. Or rather, it should be said that this is the place of the past. The night god Peak was still here. In the spiritual world, Zai sat on a chair. She rested her chin on her hand and played with a strand of hair in boredom. Question: I don't understand. Sitting across the table, Yun Nuashing raised his hand and said with a smile. Zai rolled her eyes. She raised her teacup and took a sip. She sighed and said, when the night god Peak was still on the night god mountain, this state was engraved in a formation. Along with it, this galaxy was also engraved. When the formation was activated, I sensed the power of time and space. It was a formation weaved by two primordial powers. I'm guessing that the night god Peak collapsed a long time ago for some reason. What stands before us now is the former night god Peak. Well, I don't know the exact reason either. Yi took a sip of tea and slowly finished his explanation. After listening for a long time, Yun Nuashing still had a dumbfounded expression on his face. It was only when Zi used her jade finger to poke his forehead that he came back to his senses and muttered, "There's actually such a thing, but you don't have to worry about the night god spring. There's an extremely condensed energy on it. I can sense it." Zai smiled as she retracted her hand. "No, I'm not worried at all." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. "Didn't he say he didn't care at all?" "I think you should still be worried." Zai stirred her teacup in boredom. She said with a faint smile, "The night god spring is formed from extremely condensed energy. It's formed at night, or in other words, from energy that leans toward darkness. It has the effect of helping people break through bottlenecks, including the barrier that's troubling you." Chapter 441. The breakthrough barrier was an expansion of capacity due to the oversaturation of energy. Breaking through the barrier required energy several times higher than the current level. Yun Nuashing carried several divine rank and profound arts. The power of the stars in his body had been condensed into a crystalline state, and he also had the protection of the purple night flame. His cultivation speed was already slower by a large margin, and now he was unlucky enough to encounter a breakthrough barrier. It could be said that the energy required was increasing rapidly in a straight line. According to his and Purple Knight's estimation, the energy required for him to advance from the 51st Immortal Transformation Stage to the 12th Immortal Transformation Stage was estimated to be enough for an Immortal 6th Immortal to advance to the Immortal 9th Immortal Transformation Stage in one go. When the results of the deduction came out, he was almost scared to the point of insanity. After soaking in the diluted night god spring, Xian, Yuanxi, and the others had all advanced to the second immortal transformation stage. However, Yun Nuashing's body did not move at all. It was like throwing a stone into a bottomless pit. No matter how long he waited, there was no response. "Are you sure?" Therefore, when Yun Nuashing heard Purple Night say that the night god spring could help him break through the barrier, his eyes lit up with a frightening light, causing Purple Knight's jade-like hand to pause while stirring the teacup. "When have I ever lied to you?" Purple Knight put down the spoon and rolled his eyes at him. "How would I know?" Yun Nuashing muttered. His voice was so soft that only he could hear it. Yun Nuashing's chaotic thoughts lasted for a while before he came back to his senses. He blinked a few times, but his line of sight was still the unfamiliar starry sky and the huge mountain peak in front of him, because he was afraid of suddenly crashing into a rock protruding from the mountain wall. Yun Nuashing did not fly close to the night god peak. He kept a distance and stared at the distant sky, but he could not see the peak of the night god peak. When he turned around, Yuanxi and the others were still unconscious. The surging wind elements and golden chains dragged them along as they followed Yun Nuashing. His gaze swept past the dozen or so people behind him and looked down. He had no idea how long they had been flying, but the ground had long disappeared from his sight. Even the god of Night Mountain had shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. In the distance, there was a dense, dark fog. He did not know what the engraved place was like under the cover of the fog. In the sky, The energy tide had long been dispersed after the magic circle was fully activated. As for the fog, perhaps it had existed since long ago. In the cloudless sky, there was only a dim golden light speeding along a black stone pillar. The fierce wind had turned into a substance, spiraling high up in the sky. If anyone saw this, they would inevitably gasp in amazement. Only when the wind element was compressed to a certain extent would such a scene appear. Thousands of miles up in the sky, the air gradually thinned. He took small breaths and spat out a layer of white frost. Yun Nuashing was also sensitive enough to feel that the surrounding air had become much thinner. He did not know how high this place was. However, even at such a height, he could not see where the peak of the god of Night Mountain was. Only when he saw that it was gradually thinning did he know that he was flying towards the peak. The energy barrier of the Nether Void sword had long been activated. The bone-piercing cold wind blew past his ears, causing his cheeks to hurt. However, he still did his best to protect the person in his arms. As the cold wind blew past, Xian buried her face in Yun Nuashing's chest. She only felt that it was very warm, without the slightest bit of coldness. It's already beyond the height that I can fly at. After a long time, Yun Nuashing suddenly flew onto a huge platform formed by protruding rocks on the mountain wall. As soon as he stabilized himself, he trembled. His 6 wings curled up weakly. Within the range of his perception, the wind element had become so thin that it was negligible. In other words, even with the help of his 6 demonic wings' powerful perception, he could only reach this height. Looking up at the sky, he did not know how far he was from the peak. When he looked down, he could not see the scene below. He could only see the fog in the distance. The road ahead is probably going to have to climb. After taking in deep breaths for a while, Yun Nuashing wiped away his sweat. He looked at the night god peak that he still could not see the peak. He could not help but curse. Damn it, what kind of lousy peak is this? Why is it so high? Little Xingxing, put me down. I'll go with you. Yin gently caressed Yun Nuashing's face with her jade-like hands as she shook her head and gently said. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing lowered his head and looked at her. However, he smiled and shook his head. It's fine. After saying that, he did not wait for Xian to resist. He waved the golden chain behind him and slowly squatted down. A moment later, he suddenly kicked off. His body transformed into a black arrow and shot straight into the sky. His 6 wings slowly hugged in front of him, completely covering Xian. Without the support of his back, his body that was shooting into the sky quickly weakened. With a soft shout, a golden chain shot out from his sleeve. Then Yun Nuashing threw it towards the top of Night God Peak. Clang! A soft sound of impact was heard. The golden chain embedded itself into the mountain wall. Yun Nuashing smiled happily. While his body was still moving slightly upwards, he pulled with his palm and used this force to pull his body up into the sky. The dozen or so chains hanging behind him clanged against each other, producing clanking sounds. Little girl, hug me. He took the time to say this to the person in his arms. Then 2 soft, jade-like arms wrapped around his back, causing his heart to skip a beat. He hurriedly composed himself and freed his other hand. Suddenly, he shot out another chain and threw it towards Night God Peak. His hands pulled the 200-meter-long chains and danced under the night sky. The sound of the wind caused his long hair to dance wildly behind him. The cold sensation was transmitted to his palms through the chains, causing his hands and feet to gradually turn cold. Fortunately, there was someone in his arms, so his entire body did not turn cold. An angry roar pierced through the clouds. Yun Nuashing suddenly pulled on the chain, and the air around his body became solid. The cold air that licked his body made him shiver uncontrollably. He waved his hands up and down, and every time he did so, his speed of ascension would suddenly increase, and he would leap a few hundred meters in one leap. After an unknown amount of time, his dancing hand stiffened and his ascent came to an abrupt halt. The chains embedded in Night God Peak also fell down due to gravity, carrying Yun Nuashing. They crashed towards the hard mountain wall. Bang! Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth and hurriedly turned his body around. His back crashed into the mountain wall with a dull thud, causing some blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Xian was not injured. I finally know how difficult it is to ascend to the ninth heaven. Yun Nuashing took a few breaths with difficulty. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his shoulder and could not help but smile bitterly. You haven't reached the ninth heaven yet. Your current position is at most the sixth heaven. Every heaven is like ascending to the heavens. It will be very difficult for you to ascend the rest of the journey. Of course, we're almost at the top of Night God Peak. It was rare that Zai did not speak out with a smile. A hint of worry flashed across her charming face. Sitting opposite her, Yun Nuashing curled up. The coldness caused his lips to turn black and his face to turn snow white. There are still 3 more heavens. It can't be calculated like this. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly as he trembled. It's just a meaning. It doesn't mean that you'll reach the ninth heaven. After taking a sip of tea, Zai walked over and gently hugged Yun Nuashing in her arms. Feeling his coldness, even she was shocked. She could not help but say, "You're almost at your limit. Why don't you give up? The top of Night God Peak is truly at the top of the sky. You can reach out and touch the starry sky. It's very difficult to ascend." Cough. You didn't try to persuade me in the beginning. Now that I've reached this point, you want me to give up? It seems a little difficult. Yun Nuashing forced a smile and shook his head. How could he give up now that he had reached this point? After panting with difficulty for a while, Yun Nuashing hugged Xian's slender waist with his left hand and murmured, "Lass, although it's a little difficult, you should climb behind me for now." "You have to climb with your hands now." Hearing this, Xian raised her head worriedly and opened her mouth. She also wanted to persuade him to give up, but both she and Zai knew that it was harder to persuade this guy to give up than to ascend the ninth heaven. Thus, she nodded and held on to Yun Nuashing with her jade-like hands and began to move gently. As she moved, her soft and boneless body rubbed against Yun Nuashing's body, making him feel as if he was floating in the clouds. It was extremely uncomfortable, and his body could not help but tremble. "Xing, why don't we give up?" Xian, who had just steadied herself on his back, could not help but speak up when she saw how badly he was trembling. She thought that Yun Nuashing was about to reach his limit. "Lass, stop shaking. If you keep rubbing against me, my beast blood will boil." Unexpectedly, Yun Nuashing only laughed bitterly and shook his head. This caused Xian's beautiful face to instantly turn blood red. Even her ears were completely red. She was extremely beautiful. She took a deep breath and suddenly moved her small mouth close to Yun Nuashing's ear. She smiled charmingly and said, "You can boil when we get back." Hearing this voice that could make anyone's bones go numb, Yun Nuashing could not help but tremble violently a few times. His entire body felt weak, and he could not help but turn around and roll his eyes at the delicate girl. She was fine. She had been protected by his aura and did not feel the coldness at all. However, he was the one suffering. His body and mind were both suffering. If there's a chance in the future. Yun Nuashing shook his head. His murmur stunned Xian. You asked me in the past what kind of girl I liked." He grabbed onto the stone wall and pulled his body up to a new height. He stepped on a hard and cold stone and used all his strength to push himself up. Xian could not help but lower his head. Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly. Her heart was beating very fast. He turned around and looked at Yuan Shi and the others who were dangling below. Their bodies were also swaying along with Yun Nuashing's climb. They would occasionally bump into the mountain wall, so he did not dare to make too much noise. "The girl I like. Ningjing, I'm a madman. When I'm active, I can make the heavens and earth tremble. But I also want one." He took a few quick breaths. The pressure at high Altitude made his chest feel stuffy. The lack of oxygen made his brain almost faint. He did not even know what he was muttering. I also want a peaceful embrace to be able to suppress my madness. Yun Nuashing used all his strength to climb onto a protruding tree branch. He murmured painfully, to suppress my madness, just like a sword needs a scabbard. Who am I? Where did I come from? What do I need to do? Yun Nuashing gasped for air. He squeezed out the exhaust in his lungs and forced himself to take in a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes were blurred. He looked at the mountain peak that seemed to be within reach. He tirelessly reached out his hand. In the spiritual world, Zai was also looking at the mountain peak with incomparable nervousness. The person in his arms was gradually becoming cold. She was so nervous that she could only murmur, 7th layer, 8th layer. Maybe all of this isn't important. His climbing arm suddenly dropped, and his body shook violently a few times. Only one hand was left holding the stone, and this was also the hand that held the lives of more than 10 people. Xian was shocked. He hurriedly reached out to grab the mountain wall. One of his hands was also anxiously holding on to Yun Nuashing. However, before she could touch him, his other hand climbed up again. She was stunned. Tears flowed uncontrollably. I don't know. My heart seems to have been frozen tens of millions of years, tens of eras, hundreds of eras ago. What am I looking for? Nothing seems to be important. 9th layer. Zai hugged the person in her arms tightly. His body was like ice. It made her want to cry. In the face of the suppression of the ancient god's divine right, she was completely helpless. As she listened to his nonsense, her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. It made her suffocate. His arms unconsciously moved up and down slowly. Although his movements were slow, they were very steady and incomparably firm. In fact, they were even more steady than before. If one could see Yun Nuashing's face, they would realize that he had already fainted. What supported his hands was will. Chapter 442. Endless starlight descended from the star field, turning into specks of sparks that landed on the mountain peak. The specks of fireflies shone on the lake, illuminating the boundless starry sky. The starlight was extremely beautiful. The dense energy settled on the purple lake. The lake's surface was suffused with specks of starlight, and the waves were still. If one looked out from the center of the lake, they would see a mountain wall 1,000 feet away. It was slanted upwards, all the way to the edge of a cliff. The center of the lake formed a small basin. On the other side of the cliff, a pale, bloodless hand that was even covered in specks of frost slowly reached out. It landed stiffly on the top of the cliff with a loud paw. Then, a black figure that was twice the size of an ordinary person gradually rose up. A faint rustling sound could be heard. The figure climbed up, landed on the slope, and suddenly flipped over, splitting into two. It turned out that there were 2 figures. One of them was still lying on the ground, pressing his hands and feet hard against the ground. The other seemed to understand and hurriedly moved the dozen or so metal chains behind him up the cliff. Following that, a dozen or so black figures appeared to have fainted. Stars! There was a hint of panic in the pleasant voice. Looking at the dozen or so people lying on the ground, and then seeing the first figure covered in frost, her heart throbbed with fear. Xian nodded. He hurriedly carried Yun Nuashing and dashed towards the night god spring that was 1,000 feet away. The coldness of his body made her feel helpless. High up in the sky, all the energy seemed insignificant. Space and time seemed to have become blurry here. The starry sky was within reach. It was enough to stand on tiptoe. The distance of 1,000 feet only took a few minutes. After carefully placing the person in his arms on the edge of the purple lake, Xian carefully retreated to the side. Mei Mao stared at him without blinking. Her jade-like hands were clenched together due to nervousness. After a short moment, Yun Nuashing's body suddenly emitted a warm current, and the frost on his body melted at an impressive speed. Strands of hot air also emitted from his body. Seeing this scene, Ziyan instead heaved a sigh of relief. Then he saw that the lake water around him had actually formed a small whirlpool, and it seemed as if the lake water had drilled into his body. Ziyan was even more relieved. After waiting for a few minutes and seeing that there was no problem, Ziyan turned around and ran back in the direction he came from. He looked back from time to time as if he was still worried. After a while, Ziyan returned. Her jade-like hands were dragging a few broken chains. Even her willowy waist had a few chains wrapped around it. Her hands and feet were tied by herself, and her entire body was wrapped in chains. Her beautiful face was drenched in sweat, and her pearly white teeth were biting her red lips. Every step she took left a small footprint on the ground. It was easy to imagine how much weight she was bearing. After dragging everyone into the night god spring, Ziyan lay weakly on the edge of the lake, leaning against Yun Nuashing. Her voluptuous breasts rose and fell rapidly, and her small mouth was still gasping for breath. There were dark red marks on her ankles and jade-like hands. It was unknown how such a petite body could contain so much strength. Xing Xing. She flipped over and landed in the lake. It was not as cold as she had imagined, but a warm current. The lake water turned into a warm current and entered her body, making her feel slightly better. Leaning against Yun Nuashing's chest, Mei Mao looked at his unconscious appearance and felt a pang of pain. Only she had just experienced what it felt like to be tied up by a dozen people. Only she knew how much pain he had just endured, and it was at such a high level. Suddenly, a muffled groan rang out from the throat, causing Ziyan to open her beautiful eyes in exhaustion. Within those eyes that contained all the beauty in the world, some astonishment flashed past. Ah! Cough! Cough! Where is this? That muffled groan seemed to have set off a chain reaction. Then, lying in the shallow water, with only half of their bodies above the water, Yuan Shi and the others slowly opened their eyes. One by one, they held their heads and woke up. Then they looked at each other in astonishment. Where is this? We were at the altar of the gods just now. Looking up, she stared blankly at the starry sky that seemed to be within reach. He looked at the people around him blankly. I don't know. Hearing his words, Yao Hua was also stunned for a long time. He seemed to be a little confused. Nightmare, who had been dragged up with them, had the biggest reaction when he woke up. He immediately jumped up, splashing water everywhere. A pair of black eyes opened clearly. Seeing more than 10 pairs of astonished eyes focused on him, he could not help but be startled. He then heard the splashing sound and saw the broken chains around his waist. Finally, he saw the purple liquid below his waist. His eyes suddenly filled with excitement. Night God Spring. We've arrived at the Night God Spring. Hearing this, Yuanzi and the others were stunned. They hurriedly lowered their heads and saw the purple lake. Then they felt the boundless energy surging like lightning. They immediately knew that he was not lying. Night. Shu. Just as Yao Hua was about to laugh out loud, Mu Ling and Ji Ning shushed him at the same time. Their slender, jade-like fingers were placed beside their mouths, causing them to involuntarily swallow their voices. Then they looked in the direction of her 2 fingers and were slightly stunned. Soon after, they understood and smiled. They all looked at each other, stood up, and walked a little further away. In the direction that the 2 girls were pointing at, Yun Nuashing and Ziyan were tightly huddled together. Their breathing was weak, but even. They did not know when they had fallen asleep. Yuan Shi and the others thought for a moment and realized what had happened. They had arrived at the Night God Spring, but the 2 of them were unconscious. It seemed that there was a connection between the 2. I don't know what the 2 of them did, but they actually fell asleep. Mu Ling covered her mouth and laughed softly. Her small feet walked in the lake, making a very soft sound. Look at the 2 of them being so peaceful. As expected, little star like Xian. Yuan, she could not help but laugh. Who knows? Everyone laughed softly. Since the two of them were exhausted, they should leave the peace here to them. The energy in the depths was abnormally dense. They should go and cultivate first. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the efforts of the two of them. 1,000 years have passed, and your rise is only for your fall. Everything will disappear, but it doesn't matter. Nothing is important. Come, let's end this. Everything will be liberated as you wish. Spread, slaughter, everything. I am a demon, the demon emperor, the only god in this world. Destroy everything before your eyes, and all of this will be meaningless. Life and death, creation and destruction, condemnation. Countless images flashed through Yun Nuoxing's mind. They were all strange pictures with no pattern to speak of. However, they gave Yun Nuoxing a very strange feeling. These pictures, together, composed a melody that slowly led her to a reality, or rather an end. Demon. It was not the demon realm. It was the true meaning of the demon race, great demon. Demon god, god demon. This was a very strange feeling. There was no basis for it, no origin, but this was the feeling he had. Memory fragments. Looking at the flashing images in front of him, Yun Nuoxing turned his head. After a long time, he shook his head. No, they are not memory fragments. These did not seem like memories. They were more like a command, a demonic voice. Under those words, billowing demonic energy made him frown. It was as if he saw a scene in the future. You're too close to becoming a devil. This won't be a good thing for your future path as a devil. The nether void sword slowly appeared beside him, causing him to turn his head and glance at it before withdrawing his gaze. Not a good thing. Yun Nuoxing frowned. The 6 wings of the demon race, primal chaos, that book of yours, and even my netherworld ruin sword and the evil spirit eye that you cultivate, all of them contain a lot of demonic energy. Netherworld ruin paused, then said in a deep voice, the human body cannot accept the power of so many demons. It will be difficult for you to endure any one of them, even if you have the spiritual divine body. Frowning, Yun Nuoxing was just about to say something when he saw a tremor in his eyes. After that, a large ball of pitch-black mist suddenly appeared in front of him. That familiar dark energy rushed towards him, causing him to stop breathing for a moment. He hurriedly took a few steps back. Wasn't this primal chaos sealed in the shadow? Why? Brother Nuoxing. A soft voice that he hadn't heard for a long time sounded. Yun Nuoxing felt a little comfortable when he heard it. He turned around and saw a beautiful figure in aqua blue threw herself into his arms. It warmed his heart. He gently stroked the head of the person in his arms and smiled. Exainer, I haven't seen you for a long time. Why are you hiding in my soul and not coming out? Hearing this, Lan Exainer raised her head and smiled happily. Yun Nuoxing saw some fatigue in those clear aqua blue Maimao. He couldn't help but be stunned. Brother Nuoxing, Exainer has been suppressing primal chaos in your soul. Little Phoenix, and I couldn't get away. Seeing his stunned expression, Lan Exainer shook her head and continued to smile. That day, we did seal Hundun into Brother Nuoxing's shadow. But that time in the ghastly forest, the seal was broken. Hundun, who was born with Brother Nuoxing, took over your body. From then on, the gap in the seal was difficult to fill. Primal chaos would occasionally wander into your soul. However, the scale was not large. Fortunately, it did not do anything. Little Yi, she was also not affected. The scale was not large. Yun Nuoxing looked suspiciously at the huge cloud of black mist. How could it be so big that it occupied his entire vision? It was even bigger than the first time he saw it. This is where the problem lies. Suddenly, spots of light gathered around him. Then Yun Nuoxing saw a slender, light purple figure slowly taking shape. She seemed to be the one who said that. What's the problem? Seeing that Ziyi had also appeared, Yun Nuashing asked in confusion. Mei Mao raised her head slightly and glanced at him. Then, under his slightly stiff and embarrassed gazes, she hugged his head and stroked it gently. She even whispered, "Little idiot, you scared me to death." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's cheeks turned red. She didn't expect Ziyi to be worried about her. Cough, stop fooling around. Ziyi, the problem you mentioned just now, what's the problem? Yun Nuashing asked as she pushed Ziyi away gently with her hair. The power of the primal chaos has increased. Ziyi sighed and said solemnly, Night God Spring, Night God Spring. When you first said that you sense the smell of darkness, I should have advised you not to come. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Yun Nuashing opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Ziyi continued. The Night God Spring is said to be an energy, liquid formed under the influence of darkness. But in reality, it is said to be formed from the blood of a god. To be able to form the power of one's bloodline into such a huge lake is indeed something that only a god can do. And the mistake is that this Night God Spring is strange. Or rather, I never expected that the latter legend was actually true. Ziyi sighed and looked at Yun Nuashing's stunned and confused expression. He shook his head and said, the primal chaos can only be fully awakened when it encounters demonic energy. The mutation of the primal chaos happened the moment you entered the Night God Spring. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's face turned pale. She had also guessed something. This Night God is a demon god, a god of the demon race. Chapter 443. Chaos was said to be one of the four beasts that had been passed down since the primordial age. It did not have a physical body, and no one had ever seen what it looked like. The only thing that was known was that it was the incarnation of the demon race. The legendary Night God Spring was the blood that flowed out of the demon god's body. The essence of the Night God Spring, which contained divine power, would not disappear with the passage of time. Even now it was still like fresh blood. The power of the demon god gushed into Yun Nuashing's body like a spring, nourishing her withered body. At the same time, the power of the demon god also gushed into her soul and finally came into contact with chaos. The Night God is a demon god. This power of darkness, that chaos. Yun Nuashing suddenly took a deep breath when she thought of the serious consequences. Such a huge amount of demon god's power would be enough to feed chaos and allow it to leap out of its infancy. At that time, you don't have to worry about that. Han Dun can't grow just because he wants to. Didn't I say that when Han Dun first appeared, his soul was destroyed and he was locked in a cage to endure endless refinement? Although I don't know how he managed to escape, he definitely won't be able to devour you in a short period of time. Moreover, Ziyi gently patted Yun Nuashing's head and said with a smile, you should trust us a little. After all, we're still in your soul. Even if Han Dun wants to cause trouble, he'll have to get through us first. Seeing Ziyi acting like an elder sister, Yun Nuashing could not help but chuckle. How could he not trust them? He had allowed them to live in his soul. There was probably nothing else in the world that could show his trust in them more than this. Of course, if I don't trust you, who else can I trust? Hearing this, Lon Sheener could not help but giggle. The Netherworld Ruins sword also seemed to sigh helplessly. Then, all of them laughed at the same time. After a moment, Violet Knight shook her head and said seriously, although the chaos is not a threat for the time being, but looking at the condition of your body. Little Star, there is still a certain degree of danger in your path as a demonic tear. We need you to make a choice. No, you need to be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing also sorted out her emotions. She took a deep breath, nodded, and said with a solemn expression, Go ahead. Seeing Yun Nuashing's reaction, Ziyi turned his head to look at Lon Xian and the Netherworld Ruin sword. He nodded and said softly, The demonic rank is the same as the other ranks. You need to compress and condense the immortal chi in your body. Finally, you need to transform it into demonic qi. That is the demonic rank. However, the energy in your body, the power of the stars, will not be transformed into demonic qi. This is because it is one of the purest forms of energy other than God power. It is even purer than God power. Therefore, when you advance to the demonic rank, you will only need to expand the volume of energy in your body. Then you will compress the energy and change its quality. You should understand this. What we are going to talk about is the path of the demonic rank. Ziye's voice deepened when he said the last two words. Seeing the seriousness on her pretty face, Yun Nuashing also held his breath. Then he heard her say, "The demon stage is different from the mortal stage and the immortal stage. If you continue to cultivate, it will be divided into two types." Zi paused. She slowly raised a finger and said, "Slowly, the first type is the most common. It is also the most common path on the path of cultivation. It is also the path that most people take, becoming a demon. This path will only change the energy in your body. It will not have any other effects on your body." Yuan Qian walked the path of becoming a demon. It should be said that unless there are special circumstances, very few people will choose the other path. Ziyi sighed. "The other path?" Yun Nuashing asked in confusion. "Amen." Violet Knight stared at him and said, "Unfortunately, your body's special condition can very easily lead you to another path, to fall to the dark side. As for the other path, it is also a very special cultivation path in the demon race. However, there are records in history that there are humans who have also cultivated using the abyssal cultivation method. They have dyed their souls and spirits with demon qi, completely turning themselves into a demon. A demon." Zi Yi said softly. "Su Ming also said that you have come into contact with too much demonic energy. If you come into contact with it too early, it will imperceptibly change your body. This is not good news for you." That Yun Nuashing raised his hand weakly, causing Ziyi and the others to look away. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "What is the difference between these two paths? Or rather, is there any danger in becoming a demon? Of the two, naturally, falling to the dark side is the most difficult. No, it's not the most difficult. Falling to the dark side requires a lot of effort, not just in terms of cultivation. Moreover, as I said, falling to the dark side is the cultivation method of the demon clan. Have you thought about the consequences of cultivating the demon clan with a human body?" Violet Knight said. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing shook his head. He had not cultivated to the demonic race, nor had he seen a person who had become a demon. Naturally, he did not know the consequences of becoming a demon in the human race. Zi could not help but sigh when he saw the confusion on Qin Lai's face. He exchanged a glance with Lan Exeter and Su Ming before he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Just like that day in the ghastly forest when primal chaos took over your body will often be out of your control. In the worst-case scenario, your consciousness will be devoured by the demonic qi, and you will completely become a demon that only knows how to kill, never to rise again. Becoming a demon with a thought, using your body to control the demon, turning the demon's power into your weapon. Falling into a demon with a thought, using the demon to control your body. Pursuing the ultimate power, you will not hesitate to turn yourself into a demon." A few words surged in Yun Nuashing's mind, causing his heart to palpitate. That time in the Ghostchi forest, even though he was unconscious and his consciousness was suppressed by the primal chaos, he could still vaguely know a little of what happened. Although it was not much, it left a deep impression on him. At that time, in the eyes of others, he was like a demon king who ruled the world. Will that be my future? Thinking of himself holding the Su Ming sword and the Ling Hong sword, full of demonic qi, Yun Nuashing could not help but shudder. Forget it. Divine weapons are dangerous. It's better for me to control them. Su Ming has his own consciousness, but it's hard to say about the Ling Hong sword and the others, seeing his expression flickering, as if he had thought of something terrifying. Ziye's eyebrows twitched. Smiling like a flower, she rubbed his face and said, I just want you to be mentally prepared. I didn't say that you will definitely fall into a demon in the future. The process is still controllable. The demonic qi that contaminates the body can be neutralized with divine power. Saint Spellere's light element, and so on. Su Ming also circled Yun Nuashing twice and said, Phew! Hearing this, Yun Nuashing let out a big sigh of relief and said in a relaxed manner, Then I'll just do it myself. Don't scare me. He knew Saint Spellere's. Yi, she had taught him before. Although it was only one piece, the most powerful element in his body was the light element. With your weak Saint Spellere's and the light element, will you be able to purify the demonic qi, or will you be suppressed? I'm not sure about this. Guessing that he would say this, Ziyi spread out her hands. Her delicate oval face was full of sympathy as she closed her Mei-mao and said, Ah. Yun Nuashing froze. And because of the opposing energy, if the two come into contact, there will be an uncontrollable reaction. At that time, the divine power might be devoured by the demonic qi. Lon Exeter also quietly added. Yun Nuashing almost spat out blood. This, his eyebrows twitching for a while. Yun Nuashing said helplessly, Then what should I do? Saint Spellere's. I don't know any array masters. As for the light element, speaking of which, don't I have Xian Yin's god imprint in my body? Why would I be contaminated by demonic qi? Suddenly thinking of something, Yun Nuashing asked in confusion. He remembered that the god imprint would prevent all demonic things from getting close to the body. That's the energy born in your body. Can the imprint in your body kick the owner out? Ziyi rolled her eyes. All right. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She muttered, If it's the light element, then we have to find the light god king. But after a long time, Yun Nuashing was still bashful. Her gaze was a little unnatural and erratic. The two people and the sword looked at each other. Ziyi couldn't help but ask, But what? Ah. Yun Nuashing looked at her carefully. She rubbed her palms together. After a while, she laughed dryly and said, I'm sorry, silence. Ziyi, and the netherworld sword seemed to be petrified. Yun Nuashing clearly saw a cross-shaped vein appear on the former's face. He couldn't help but take a step back. Brother Nuashing, this concerns the rest of your life, whether you want to be a mad demon or a human in the future. No matter how embarrassed you are, you have to say it. It's just a matter of talking about it. I see that the Nine Gods Temple cares about you so much. They won't refuse to help you. Lon Exeter shook his arm. Although her adorable face was full of smiles, Yun Nuashing caught a rare glimpse of a familiar, murderous aura. Exeter are killing intent. Yun Nuashing shuddered violently. If you don't want to turn into a crazy demon that we can't suppress in the future, slaughtering the divine realm and being taken care of by some god that pops out of nowhere, then obediently go find the light god king and wash away the demonic energy in your body. Ziyi sighed heavily. After thinking for a while, he said, Or you can go find an array master and see if there's any saint array master that can wash away the demonic energy. All right. Yun Nuashing nodded weakly. Netherworld's sword looked at his reluctant appearance, then looked around the sea of fire. Finally, he stopped at a place. After a while, he smiled and said, There's no need to go through so much trouble. You have a way. I remember that the energy in the Netherworld sword is more demonic, right? At least for now. As soon as Netherworld's sword finished speaking, Ziye's clear and melodious voice immediately sounded. There was some doubt in her voice. Of course I don't have a way, but there is one person here who has a way. Netherworld sword smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's gaze naturally fixed on Lon Exeter. Among those present, he was most familiar with Ziyi and Netherworld sword, but they didn't have the so-called divine power. In the end, only Lon Exan, I was left when Lan Xana saw him looking at her. She quickly waved her hand. She did not have any divine power. The void skill that she was practicing was about the use of the power of space. It had nothing to do with this. Ahem. Netherworld Sword coughed dryly, then tapped Yin Nuashing with the scabbard. He pointed the tip of his sword at a certain place and said reproachfully, "Have you forgotten someone who still exists in your soul?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing looked in the direction she was pointing. He instantly understood everything. There was a huge silver mark floating in the direction Netherworld Sword was pointing at. It was the divine mark that Xian Yin had left in his soul. However, what made him happy was the huge cocoon of light behind the mark. It was the cocoon of light formed by Yi Shi's soul. Of course I haven't forgotten. It's just that little she is still in a deep sleep. How could I possibly think in that direction? Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. How could he forget? So you've forgotten where you are right now. Netherworld Sword sighed helplessly and said, "The night god spring is formed by the blood of a divine spirit of the demon clan. Ziyi is right. It might be able to solve your barrier, but the night god spring also has the effect of tempering the soul and helping it recover." Hearing this, a look of wild joy flashed across Yun Nuashing's face. Before he could say anything, Netherworld Sword smiled and said what he wanted to say. In other words, if we're lucky this time, Yishi might be able to recover her soul and awaken from her deep sleep. Chapter 444. I've seen your memories, and I've seen how Yishi used the formation. Although she doesn't remember it herself, according to my estimation, she should be a 7th or even 8th grade divine level master. Although I don't know how many saint spell formations she has learned, at her level, she should have a lot of them. She should have a purifying saint spell formation, which should be enough to suppress your demon chi, said Suming. She's been sleeping for so long. It's time for her to wake up and move around. Yun Nuashing nodded. He already knew that Yi Shi's grade wasn't low, so he wasn't too surprised. Then he quickly raised his head and asked, "But how do I wake her up?" The soul was a mysterious thing, and he hadn't studied it yet. He didn't know how to repair the damage to the soul. Yun Nuashing's soul had been damaged because of the divine body, Suming's sword, Linghong's sword, and God's mark, so he didn't have to worry about any hidden dangers. I don't know what alchemists are good at. I'm just a small formation master. Yun Nuashing spread his hands helplessly. Although alchemists and formation masters both use the power of the soul, the latter leaned more towards mental strength. The power of the soul could only be used for coordination and detection in the formation. Unless it was some special formation that had to do with the power of the soul, ordinary formation masters wouldn't pay much attention to the cultivation of the soul. Only alchemists relied on the power of the soul. You don't have to worry about that. The energy of the night god spring is automatically activated. You don't need to control it. Find a way to guide its energy into your soul, and then transfer it to the light cocoon that Yi Shi has turned into, said Suming indifferently. Yi waved his hand when he heard that. He said, "Just expose your soul. There's some energy from the night god spring in your soul right now, but the energy you've unintentionally attracted isn't much. It's not enough for Yi Shi to repair her soul. But right now, you should first repair this broken body of yours." Speaking up to this point, Ziyi rolled her eyes at him in a rebuking manner. Her delicate and charming appearance was extremely charming. With the body of a 5th immortal, you were able to climb up to the 9th heaven without being able to use any energy. Furthermore, you even brought along more than 10 people. I'm afraid this action of yours will be recorded in the history of the God realm. Yun Nuashing awkwardly looked to the side. There was definitely something else she was going to say. However, such a messy method will cause your body to be in tatters. You should take advantage of the time before anyone comes up to treat your injuries. Sure enough, after Yun Nuashing hesitated for a moment, Ziyi began to reprimand him in displeasure. Nodding bitterly, Yun Nuashing hurriedly jumped up when he saw Ziyi waving her hand to send him off. He hurriedly said, I forgot to ask, what? Ziyi and the others all turned to look at him, making him feel very awkward. Scratching his head, Yun Nuashing said, Why is this place called the Ninth Heaven? I remember that back at the Gathering Fate Pavilion, Xueqing and the others also called the 9 steps the Ninth Heaven. Ziyi wrinkled her nose when she heard that. After thinking for a while, she said, Because this is the highest place in the God realm. It's located under the starry sky. You can touch the starry sky by standing on your tiptoes. The Gathering Fate Pavilion you mentioned, well, it's more or less the same. If there's nothing else, then leave. It won't be too late to talk after you've finished healing. With that, Ziyi waved her hand and was about to send Yun Nuashing out. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly when he saw the fluorescent light rising from his body. This girl really didn't give him any face today. She chased him away, just like that. This was his spiritual domain after all. Ziyi sighed when she saw Yun Nuashing being swallowed by the fluorescent light and disappearing from the spiritual domain. Then, her gaze gradually became serious. Even Lan Shiner looked a little unhappy. You all hid the situation from him just now, right? After a long time, Suming finally spoke slowly. Ziyi and Lan Shiner were stunned when they heard her suddenly say that. They looked at each other and then nodded helplessly. That's right. They had hidden something very important. Of course, they definitely wouldn't harm Yun Nuashing. However, they wanted to hide it from Yun Nuashing for a while before they had to face the situation. The Suming sword buzzed softly, and an energy barrier silently formed, enveloping the 3 of them. They wouldn't let Yun Nuashing know what they were talking about. Suming, according to your deduction, what do you think the probability of little Dumb Star falling to the dark side is? Ziyi sighed when she saw what she was doing and asked slowly. Sigh. Hearing this, the Suming sword couldn't help but sigh. After hesitating for a moment, it murmured, close to 80%. Moreover, even if Yi Shi awakens or the Light God King takes action, they might not be able to suppress the demonic aura on her body. You've also deduced it? Ziyi shook her head helplessly. She thought that she was the only one who knew the answer. Lan Shiner nodded. The 3 of them had been in his soul all this time, so they knew what was happening inside better than he did. They just didn't say it out loud. Brother Nuashing's demonic aura is the aftereffect of using those strange methods to increase his strength. It's an energy born from his own body. He carries the element of light with him, and the demonic aura is mixed with the element of light. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to break through. The demonic aura is nothing. Little Star's divine body can withstand the pressure of the demonic aura. However, the soul. It's difficult for an immortal grade cultivator to cultivate a demonic soul and contain the power of the elements. Even with the divine body, it's difficult for an immortal grade cultivator to cultivate a demonic soul. Although the power of his soul has far surpassed that of an ordinary demonic grade cultivator, it's still an immortal grade cultivator's soul. If he steps into the demonic grade with an immortal grade soul, then falling to the dark side is almost inevitable, Ziyi said solemnly. For a moment, the 2 people and the sword fell silent. A thick sadness shrouded the place like a dark cloud. It couldn't be dispelled or brushed away. Forget it. Let's wait until Yi Shi wakes up. If she can't do anything by then, we'll go to the Light Supreme Being. If the Light Supreme Being can't do anything by then? Lan Shiner asked nervously. By then, we can only resign ourselves to fate, whether he falls to the dark side or... All of this will depend on Little Star's own will, Ziyen said solemnly. Ziyen said seriously. After a while, he suddenly laughed softly. Don't worry, that little bastard's life is very good. He's a person with great luck. Didn't the 9 Gods Hall say that he's the child of God? They definitely won't let anything happen to him. Moreover, there's also his little sister Xian Yin. Hearing this, the 3 women couldn't help but chuckle. However, Their laughter was filled with helplessness. They could only talk about this matter when the time came. The arms soaked in the night god's spring trembled slightly. The man, leaning against the shore, trembled and opened his eyes. His eyes reflected the stars. The twinkling starlight made his light purple eyes look exceptionally beautiful. He could even hear faint laughter coming from not far away. His slightly dim eyes were slowly stained with color under the starlight. Yun Nuashing blinked and looked at the starry sky that seemed to be close at hand. He couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. This was the first time he was so close to a star domain. He could touch the star domain that he yearned for just by reaching out. So beautiful, he couldn't help but murmur, causing everyone not far away to hurriedly keep quiet. They turned their gazes in unison and saw that Yun Nuashing was staring at the sea of stars without blinking. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Xian, who had recovered long ago, saw that Yun Nuashing had woken up. She hurriedly walked to his side. The shocking cuts on the former's body had completely disappeared. His jade-white skin looked soft and supple. "Little star, are you all right?" Xian asked nervously as she gently touched his pulse. When she asked, Yuan, Shi, Jining, and the others also came over. 10 pairs of eyes stared at Yun Nuashing in a daze. This made him feel a little embarrassed, and his handsome face was a little hot. "I'm fine. I just feel a little tired." Yun Nuashing shook his head and chuckled. He quickly glanced at everyone and coughed dryly in a panic. "I don't have anything to look at. Don't look at me. It's so hard. Go and cultivate. Be good." Hearing this, everyone laughed dryly. They still remembered that Yun Nuashing couldn't stand being stared at by so many people. Therefore, other than Xian and Yuan Shi, Jining and the others all retreated to the side. However, when they heard the last word, everyone looked a little confused. "Brother, it's really been hard on you." Yuan Shi patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and sighed. This sigh made the latter a little confused. He glanced at Xian, who wanted to say something but stopped. He seemed to understand something. This girl must have already told him about how he led everyone up the night god peak. Then he chuckled and said, "It's not a big deal. It's rare for you to come up here. Take advantage of the fact that there's no one else here and cultivate well." Yun Nuashing patted Yuan Shi's shoulder and chuckled. Yuan Shi glanced at the emotions in his eyes. He nodded and didn't say anything. He slowly walked toward the depths of the purple lake and muttered in his heart, "Something must have happened to Nuashing." Yun Nuashing smiled and waved his hand. He watched as Yuan Shi began to cultivate in the water that reached her waist. Only then did Yun Nuashing retract a smile. His brows slowly furrowed as he pondered how to safely guide the energy of the night god's spring into his soul. The energy of the night god's spring is too great. Even if it's not guided by itself, it's 10 times faster than usual. He secretly sighed in his heart. If he suddenly guided this energy into his soul, he was afraid that his weak soul would explode. Just as he was feeling conflicted about the night god spring, he suddenly felt a gaze firmly fixed on him. This caused him to raise his head somewhat awkwardly. As expected, he saw Ziyan sitting by his side, staring at him with her bright eyes. Seeing this girl's bright eyes, Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly and said, "Girl, aren't you going to cultivate?" Hearing this, Ziyan shook her head gently. Mei Mao glanced at the group, cultivating quietly in the distance. After a while, she said softly, "Xing Xing, you have something on your mind." Yun Nuashing was stunned. He opened his mouth and wanted to deny it, but his throat felt like it was stuck with a fishbone. He stared at her beautiful side profile for a long time before sighing. He scratched his head and replied, "Yes, the night god spring has the effect of repairing souls. It's been a few years since you came to the divine continent. I want to take this opportunity to wake up that little fool." Yun Nuashing sighed. "Little fool?" Xian turned her gaze and tilted her head. Her dark purple hair swayed gently in the water. Her Mei Mao also sparkled with the color of starlight. Yun Nuashing nodded. A trace of tenderness and doting flashed across his eyes. When that guy was mentioned, his heart would always feel warm. Yes, a certain little fool who didn't hesitate to use the forbidden power of a divine weapon for us. Chapter 445. Yuan City, the Abyss Temple, the Forbidden Formation, the Choice of Dawn, the Cenotaph, the Song of Death, the Purple Sea of Flames, and the Cocoon Formation. Those scenes and words that had long disappeared from his mind were now being recounted by Yun Nuashing, and the scenes from that time would appear in his mind. At the beginning, Yi Shi had sealed off the entire city, so he had no choice but to be her enemy. Later on, he couldn't bear to let them go. From strangers to acquaintances, he was pressed into her evolving world, the cultivation formation. He couldn't help but laugh every time he thought about it. No discord, no concord? That's not right. At that time, I was only a small mortal realm cultivator, while little she was a high and mighty underworld emperor. If I hadn't broken her forbidden formation, I'm afraid she would never have taken me seriously. Yun Nuashing recounted the story between him and Yi Shi in one breath. Xian also listened with great interest, his eyes flashing with extraordinary splendor. After that, when we came to the Divine Prefecture from the Source Peak domain, we were unfortunately locked in the spatial passageway. Although I cut open the spatial passageway, we fell into the void. At that time, little she forcefully used my Linghong sword to open a gap in space, and we escaped. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath as he recalled the scene when they first arrived in the western regions of the Divine Prefecture. If he had chosen to use another transmission gate at that time, this wouldn't have happened, and little she wouldn't have fallen into a deep sleep for so long. But if it hadn't been for the space passage, Yun Nuashing might not have met Xian, and this trip to the Divine Prefecture would have been aimless. It might have been a blessing in disguise. That Miss Yi Shi, where is she now? Xian asked curiously. Yun Nuashing pointed between his eyebrows and said indifferently, little she's soul suffered a backlash from the Linghong sword, and now she's sleeping in my soul. She happened to hear Zai say that the night god spring has the effect of healing souls, so she came to the forest of eternal night to try her luck, although this is only one of her goals. One of her goals? Xian blinked at Mei Mao. Could it be that little star came to the forest of eternal night for another purpose? Rubbing his head, Yun Nuashing nodded, put his mouth next to her little ear, and said softly, ranked 72nd on the divine flame list, eternal night flame. Purple Night said maybe it's still here. Hearing this, Xian suddenly came to a realization. No wonder he asked Huiji to sense if there was anything unusual at that time. He even said that he was looking for something. It turned out that the Yun Nua star came for the divine flame. I still don't know where the eternal night flame is, although I've tried to use the fire element and soul power to sense it. It's not very effective. When I came here, I found a few energy sources and tried to change my path, but I felt that the energy changed direction halfway. After a few times, I still can't figure out where it is. Yun Nuashing said softly. After thinking for a while, he added self-deprecatingly, I'm like a headless fly running around in a foggy forest. Xian paused, feeling that something was wrong. She asked in surprise, then, Little star, you changed your path frequently to find the flame of eternal night, not because you couldn't find the location of the night god mountain? Yun Nuashing blushed a little after being exposed, but she still nodded. But little star, you were still angry after we arrived at the night god mountain. You said that someone caught up with us. Xian frowned in confusion. Life is like a play. It's all about acting. Yun Nuashing stuck out her tongue. Xian, so you can go and cultivate in peace. I have some work to do. Yun Nuashing smiled. Xian nodded, got up, and walked to the side. She trusted Yun Nuashing very much, but even so, she didn't go too far away. She sat down about 10 feet away, took one last look at Yun Nuashing, and then slowly closed her eyes. Yun Nuashing sighed in relief when she saw that Ziyin had been coaxed to cultivate. She lifted her hand from the purple lake and looked at the purple water in her palm with a strange expression. Demon God's blood. Forget it. Yun Nuashing shook his head and tossed these chaotic thoughts out of his mind. He hurriedly crossed his legs and focused his attention on the night god spring, which was continuously changing its energy. He sighed softly, and his spiritual strength slowly surged out from between his eyebrows. After pondering for a moment, the spiritual strength that had left his body condensed into a transparent medicinal cauldron that was suspended on the surface of the lake. Looking at the transparent medicine cauldron floating in front of her, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but reach out and flick it. She muttered, "Should I refine it?" Demon God's blood contains a huge amount of divinity. It can be absorbed into the body without too much refinement. Zai glanced at the cauldron that was condensed from the soul and said indifferently that divinity's power is a great tonic for a god with an incomplete soul. After saying that, he seemed to know what Ziyin wanted to say and added, "Divinity's power is a kind of energy that can only be obtained after becoming a god. You will know in the future." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and snorted softly. As if in a fit of pique, she drew out a full cauldron of lake water. She snapped her fingers, and a light purple flame appeared at the tip of her finger. With a flick of her finger, the flame quickly rushed into the cauldron and plunged into the purple lake water. "Are you making soup?" Zai rolled his eyes. Yun Nuashing's face couldn't help but twitch. She took back the cauldron and a part of the night god's spring and placed it in front of Zai. She said indignantly, "You are good. You go." Zai raised his head and saw that Zai was pouting. He almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He rolled his eyes at Zai and stood up while stretching. He carried the transparent soul cauldron and walked towards the soul light cocoon. Seeing that she was really going to move, Yun Nuashing wrinkled her nose and muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "Anyway, I am an idiot who doesn't know anything." Although her voice was very soft, it was still heard by Lon, Exayan, and the Netherworld Ruin Sword. The two of them looked at each other and laughed helplessly, shaking their heads. Zai carried the cauldron and the night god's spring to Yi, she's light cocoon. He gently placed the cauldron down and looked at the light cocoon that was several times larger than her. He waved his hand and lifted it up. Then, under Yun Nuashing's shocked gaze, he threw it into the cauldron. Before Yun Nuashing could cry out, her lily-white hands danced like lightning. As her hands moved, the surrounding sea of fire seemed to be pulled and violently churned. All of it surged towards the cauldron in front of Zai and slowly gathered at the bottom of the cauldron. In the end, it actually turned into a beautiful purple lotus flower that bloomed. Wisps of flames rose from the lotus flower. The faint purple flames suddenly increased in temperature and swallowed the cauldron and the light cocoon. Are you making soup?" Yun Nuashing was so frightened that she almost swallowed her tongue. If he was making soup, then Zai was trying to roast Jishi, if not for the fact that she didn't feel Zai's malice. She would have already rushed forward to stop her. "What do you know?" Zai turned around and rolled her eyes at him. The night god spring is not an ordinary item. Even with the temperature of the divine flames, it will take a very long time to refine it. It can only be refined directly through the body. Soaking Yi, she's light cocoon in the night god spring, and using the divine flames to control the speed of the energy flow is the correct way to use it. It won't suffocate she to death, right? Yun Nuashing muttered worriedly. Zai rolled her eyes at him and pointed at the light cocoon with her slender finger. She frowned and didn't seem to want to say anything. Seeing that Zai was looking at him as if he was an idiot, Yun Nuashing laughed embarrassedly and turned to look at the light cocoon. Only then did he see that the silver cocoon that had been quiet all this time had actually lit up a little. All right, it's useful. Yun Nuashing was delighted to see this. But when he saw Zai staring at Mei Mao, he laughed bitterly. He raised his hand and pointed it at the light cocoon. Traces of the power of the stars flowed out of his palm and wrapped around the light cocoon. When the two collided, the power of the stars wasn't refined by the divine flames, nor did it fuse with the light cocoon. Instead, it strangely adhered to the light cocoon. For a moment, the silver light cocoon seemed to be transformed into the color of the stars. When the power of the stars moved, the energy of the night god's spring also slowly spread upwards. Under the illumination of the two black lights, one could even see specks of light twinkling like stars. The purplish-black light began to weaken at an observable rate, while the power of the stars and the divine flames became denser and denser. The twinkling starlight on the silver light cocoon became denser and denser. In the end, it almost looked like a star domain. As the divine flames danced, the star domain pulsed in and out in an endless cycle. Little she, you've been asleep for a few years. It's time for you to wake up. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but say excitedly as he looked at the starry light cocoon in front of him. Yun Nuashing didn't receive a reply. The sound of the flames exploding still reverberated in the air. The silver light cocoon continued to float, but the petite figure didn't emerge from the cocoon. Wait a little longer. Seeing that Yun Nuashing's mouth was slightly agape and he was a little confused, Zi comforted him softly. Just as he finished speaking, the light cocoon that had been quiet all this time suddenly trembled. A vast and terrifying soul energy suddenly rippled and exploded with the light cocoon at the center. The sudden appearance of the soul energy explosion caused Yun Nuashing's expression to change drastically. If this terrifying soul energy shockwave hit him, it would probably instantly turn his soul into ashes. Even Ziyi and Lan Xan were slightly shocked. In a flash, they appeared in front of Yun Nuashing. 3 similarly vast soul energies instantly condensed into a soul barrier that shielded Yun Nuashing behind them. His eyes stared nervously at the soul energy that was spreading towards him. He then looked at Ziyi and the other two who had calm expressions. Only then did he suppress the panic in his heart. Just as the few soul energies were about to collide head-on, the soul energy explosion suddenly trembled and then disappeared in an instant. Kacha! The raging flames suddenly exploded, and the cocoon of light turned into dust in an instant. A petite figure slowly appeared under the illumination of the flames. Her wine-red hair and 4 long strands of black hair appeared especially bright under the faint purple light of the flames. The pair of ruby eyes that had been tightly shut for a few years also quietly opened at this moment. Chapter 446. The firelight lasted for a moment before it faded. The purple sea of fire slowly descended, and the figure within it appeared in front of Yun Nuashing and the others. The figure that appeared was dressed in a black and white dress. Her slender and wide sleeves covered her slender hands, and her exposed shoulders reflected the light of the fire. Her short burgundy hair had 4 long black hair casually tied up by 4 red hair bands. Her young and tender face had a familiar cuteness. Because she had just woken up, her burgundy eyes were still a little dazed, but also a little lively. Stepping on the light purple sea of fire, Yi she gently landed. Only when her feet touched the incorporeal ground did Yi she stretch lazily. After a while, she lazily opened her eyes and looked at Yun Nua and the others who were walking over. Her eyes spun a few times before she suddenly threw a confused look at them. Not far away, Yun Nuashing's heart trembled slightly when he saw this look. He could not help but sigh softly. Is this the little she that you always talk about? Lan Xan ran 2 steps and stopped in front of Yi Shi. The two of them stared at each other, full of curiosity. Lan Xan happily hugged Yi Shi and patted her head. She smiled and said, "So cute." Yun Nuashing shrugged. When Yi Shi was asleep, only Ziyi was still around. However, at that time, the two of them had not gotten to know each other very well. They had only met in the sea of fire and had even fought. After being played by Lan Xan for a while, Yishi pouted and looked at Yun Nuashing, who had a helpless expression. She muttered, "Brother Nua, who are these guys in your soul?" "This is a long story." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He was still worried about how to introduce them. Could he just say that Z, you have seen him before, Xen is a soul, and Su Ming? Well, for now, he is just a sword after a brief introduction. Yishi was still being held in Lan Xen's arms like a rag doll. For the sake of Yun Nuashing, Lan Xen also endured and did not throw a tantrum. "Well, you two go ahead and catch up. We won't be the third wheel." Ziyi waved his hand and said as he walked. He glanced at Lan Xen, who stuck out her tongue and put Yishi down. She followed Ziyi, and the netherworld ruins soared to the side. Yun Nuashing felt a little awkward when she saw the three of them leave the two of them behind. She scratched her head and saw Yishi mumbling to herself as she fiddled with her hair that Lan Xen had messed up. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. When Yishi saw that Yun Nuashing seemed to have a speech impediment, she couldn't help but sigh. She had no choice but to speak first. "I'm afraid it's been 6 or 7 years. I didn't expect this deep sleep to have lasted for another few years." Although she had been sleeping in Yun Nuashing's soul, she could more or less sense what he had experienced. 6 years was a very small number in her life. In fact, it wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. She had hurriedly passed 1 year after another. "Brother Nua hasn't changed at all. Even your appearance hasn't changed at all." She slowly sat on the ground and hugged her knees. Her wine-red eyes stared at Yun Nuashing with a smile as she said, "Ahem." Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and sat down casually. He muttered, "You haven't changed either." She took a light breath and drew a few circles on the ground with her small hand. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Nua, you have problems with your body, right?" "How did you know?" Yun Nuashing was at a loss for words for a moment when she pointed out his problem. "Although I was in a deep sleep, I knew a little about what happened to Brother Nua when he was awake. However, there weren't many times like this. I was bitten by Ling Hongjian, and my soul should have been shattered directly. I didn't expect the soul-burning technique to save my life. Most importantly, Ling Hongjian actually stuffed me into Brother Nua's soul. Otherwise, even with the soul-burning technique, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on." She smiled bitterly. She had faced so many challenges in life. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but be shocked. So it was Ling Hongjian who saved little Shi's life back then. She tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuashing rather cutely. The latter also looked at her quietly. When Shi blushed, she turned her gaze and looked at Ziyi and the others. She said softly, "I do have a saint technique array that can purify devil chi. However, it can only expel devil chi that invades from outside." Ziyi and the others, who were eavesdropping a few meters away, couldn't help but sigh in disappointment, even though they had expected this. Yun Nuashing also sighed heavily. His devil chi was born from his own body. "I'm sorry, Brother Nua. I can't help you expel the devil chi in your body." She lowered her small head and almost buried it in her knees. She muttered with some self-blame. Yun Nuashing had gone to great lengths to help her repair her soul, but she couldn't help at all. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing frowned. She crawled over on all fours and sat down behind Yishi. She stroked her head with her right hand and said softly, "It's fine. It's not little Shi's fault. This is expected. It's already great news that little Shi can wake up." She raised her head and was about to say something when her body fell backwards. Her head fell on Yun Nuashing's chest. The latter chuckled and said, "The road ahead is still very long. I'm only at the peak of Immortal 5th stage now. There's still a long way to go before I reach the devil rank. At most, I'll slow down my cultivation speed and solve the problem before that. Moreover, I still have the barrier breakthrough now." Yishi's heart warmed as Yun Nuashing gently stroked her head. She nodded her small head. Not far away, Ziyi glanced at the two, who were so harmonious that they looked like siblings. She sighed and retracted her gaze. She said softly, "The 8th grade divine rank array master hasn't withdrawn. I reckon the alchemist side won't have a solution either. In the end, we can only see if the light divine king has a solution." Lan Xan and Su Ming both replied solemnly. Yun Nuashing wasn't in a hurry, but they were. Suddenly, Ziyi felt a hand stroking her head. Ziyi turned her head and saw Yun Nuashing looking at them with a faint smile. She said, "We'll go out first. If we wait for too long, that girl will be anxious again. As for my matter, you don't have to be anxious. It's useless to think too much. Let nature take its course. If there's a solution, there will be a solution. If there isn't, then it's up to fate." She patted Lan Xan's head again. Yun Nuashing hesitated for a moment and said, "Xan, aren't you coming out?" "It seems that ever since the Tana's water god temple, you've been cooped up in my soul and won't come out." When Lan Xan heard that, she pursed her lips and smiled. However, she shook her head and said, "If there's nothing else, then Xan won't go out. I can still chat with Sister Su Ming and Sister Ziyi here. Besides, we have to keep an eye on chaos. Well, as you wish." Yun Nuashing shook her head with a bitter smile. Then she picked up the palm-sized pink little fellow from her head. When she saw that it was still so small, her bitter smile deepened. She placed it on Xaner's head and said, "You've grown taller. I've always dreamed of the day when you'll be able to carry us and soar into the sky." Chirp! The little fellow stretched its wings and cried out. It seemed to be arguing with dissatisfaction. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. "Well, we're going out." She pulled Yishi. Rings of faint purple light immediately spread out from her body and quickly enveloped Yun Nuashing and Zi. Then the two of them swayed and disappeared from this soul world. Under the endless stars, specks of starlight suddenly gathered at the edge of the deep purple lake. The surging energy caused everyone who was training to be startled. Their gazes suddenly turned and saw a spatial crack slowly being torn apart. Soon after, a petite figure slowly walked out from within. "I've finally woken up. What a long sleep." She immediately took a deep breath of fresh air after crawling out of the spatial crack. She stretched out her arms, and there was an intoxicated look on her young and adorable face. Yun Nuashing, who had also woken up, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yishi, who was mischievous and had the temperament of a little girl. This was the Yishi he knew. It was so awkward when they met just now. This is the night god spring, so the energy just now was this. No wonder it healed my soul. After she heaved a sigh of relief, Yishi noticed the place where the stars were shining brightly. After her initial shock, she was overjoyed. She dived into the night god's spring without saying anything. She couldn't help but murmur happily, "There's so much energy here. Maybe I can recover some of my strength." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly as she watched she play with the water like a child. She couldn't help but shake her head. "Little star, who is she?" Yuan, she hurriedly asked as he looked at Yishi, who was swimming like a fish in the night god spring. Yun Nuashing smiled and looked at Zian. The latter was startled for a moment. Then realization dawned on him and he said, "She's Miss Yishi?" Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. She briefly introduced Shi to Yuan Shi and Nightmare. Then she explained to Yao Hua and the others. After seeing the strange reactions of the others, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. Yuan Shi and the others probably couldn't imagine that she was once a high and mighty peak underworld emperor. I suddenly remember what happened that day. Yao Hua smiled bitterly. They had seen Yishi before. Later, when they recognized Yun Nuashing as Yusin, they found it strange that their little tale had disappeared. It turned out that she had gone to heal her soul. Now that she had come out, it reminded them of what happened in Yuan City. Boss used the light element to hit the barrier. We were almost killed. Lei Ming smiled bitterly. That's right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then they said in unison, "That's why the light element isn't reliable at all." Yun Nuashing and Yao Hua smiled bitterly at the same time. They couldn't control it well. Looking at the starry sky above her head, Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. After a while, she lowered her head and looked at the purple lake. She took a deep breath and raised her right hand. The purple night flame slowly rose. The temperature of the surrounding space suddenly soared. The sudden high temperature startled everyone. Yao Hua and the others who were nearby all rolled away. Yun Nuashing shrunk her neck and smiled apologetically at everyone. Then she restrained her expression and pressed her hand into the night god spring. Her evil spirit eye and 6 demonic wings unfolded at the same time. Boundless soul power spread out like a tide. Her right hand, holding the purple night flame, continuously absorbed the energy of the night god spring. With the support of the night god spring, the range of his soul strength had increased by several times. Perhaps it was because of the night god spring, but his soul strength wasn't affected as it flowed into the Evernight forest. "Eternal night flame, where are you?" His soul force rapidly spread out, gradually covering more than half of the eternal night forest. At this time, the expansion of his soul force gradually stopped. Even with the power of the night god spring, he could only spread his soul force to such a large area. There's a strange energy source in the north, but it's very strange. I can't find the source. Scratching his head, Yun Nuashing turned his gaze to the north with a strange expression on his face. However, from the highest point of the god realm, all he could see was the starry sky. There's only a divergent path. Could it be that the energy source has been concealed? And this path is a parallel path. After discovering this even stranger thing, Yun Nuashing could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Normally, the energy emitted by an energy source would be radiated in a circular shape. However, the way the energy was radiating, if you were to draw it in its entirety, it would be in a square shape. Let's go take a look. Chapter 447. The surging purple energy surged through his body like a raging wave. The energy that was frantically circulating within his body even emitted a thunderous roar. As the energy from the night god's spring continued to pour into his body, the already swelling energy increased several times over. Every time the energy was about to reach a saturation point, there would be an indescribable force that would suppress the saturated energy. It was like a balloon that had been blown up and then burst, causing the swelling energy to deflate in an instant. The rolling thunder also stopped abruptly as the energy weakened. However, it didn't stop for long before the rumbling thunder started again. The energy from the night god spring seemed to be endless as it filled the hole. On the night god peak, one could see with the naked eye a purple energy whirlwind spiraling above the purple lake. There were also galaxies formed by the power of the stars falling from the starfield. Endless rays of light flooded the area, so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. Is he cultivating? Why do I feel like the energy he's extracting is enough for me to advance to the demon rank? At the edge of the night god spring, everyone was forced to retreat from the lake because of the energy whirlwind. Yuan Shi opened his eyes against the wind and stared at the figure in the center of the lake. He shouted at the top of his lungs so that his voice wouldn't be drowned out by the wind. Well, didn't he condense his energy into a crystal? It's natural that he needs a lot of energy to advance. But isn't this a bit too much? He just came out of seclusion not long ago, and he wants to advance again. Yao Hua also shouted at the top of his lungs, afraid that his voice would be torn apart by the wind. Nightmare shook his head. He opened his mouth to say something, but even he couldn't hear his own voice. His eyebrows trembled. And then he roared, "This isn't the energy needed to advance from the Immortal 50 to transformation stage to the Immortal 6. Even a crystal doesn't need that much energy. I think there's something wrong with his body." Xian smiled bitterly. The wind blew her long purple hair behind her back like a piece of silk. The hair beside her ears also danced wildly, forcing her to use her hands to hold it down. She hesitated for a moment and then roared. Little Star said he encountered a breakthrough barrier. He told us to ignore him. This is normal. Before they started cultivating, Yun Nuashing had told them that there would be a huge commotion when they started cultivating, so they should be careful. Huh. Yao Hua opened his mouth in shock, but he suddenly swallowed a mouthful of wind and started coughing violently. Ji Ning had to continue from the side. Even if it's a breakthrough barrier, what's up with that energy? Boom, 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 boom. There's even thunder. Are you having diarrhea? Zian. Calm Zi Yin smiled wryly. She wasn't sure either. Yun Nuashing had only told her to be careful and hadn't said anything special. Moreover, when it came to breaking through a barrier, let alone her, even the young elites present probably didn't know much about it. At most, they only knew what was going on. Buzz. While they were discussing, they were shocked to see a huge pillar of light condensed from the power of the stars descend from the sky. Then, it suddenly pounced on the frail figure above the lake. The terrifying starlight reminded them of the terrifying pillar of light they saw in the ghostly forest that day, the one that almost pierced through Sourcepeak City. Although it wasn't as terrifying now, it still made them retreat in horror. When the power of the stars descended, the energy hurricane above the night god spring became several times more violent. Everyone had no choice but to squat down or even lie on the ground to avoid being blown away by the wind. Nightmare, who was lying on the ground, was about to say something when he blinked and looked behind him at the protruding slope. He looked for a moment, then turned his head, took a deep breath, and roared, "Someone's climbing up!" Ah! Everyone cried out in surprise. Yuan, she hurriedly shouted, "Should we blast Little Star up? If there's someone, won't they be disturbed?" Nightmare hurriedly shook his head and roared, "The aura that suddenly appeared just now. It wasn't there before. He'll probably come up in half an hour. We have to hurry him up. It's almost time for us to retreat. If others see us monopolizing the night god spring, there will be a lot of unnecessary things." Everyone smiled bitterly when they heard this. How could they make him hurry up? It was probably because the commotion caused by Yun Nuashing's advancement was too great, and the people below were a little anxious. When the night god peak appeared, the shock wave had knocked everyone unconscious except for Yun Nuashing, which gave them the upper hand. They didn't expect that someone would come up to the night god peak in just over 2 hours. Suddenly, Zian realized that someone was missing. When he looked carefully, he couldn't help but cry out, "Where's she? She couldn't have been blown away, right?" Yao Hua muttered with a bitter smile. She was so small, so she must have been blown away by the wind. Everyone smiled bitterly. When Nightmare screamed that someone was climbing up, he thought that Yun Nuashing would stop very soon. Unexpectedly, the power of the stars and the energy hurricane became more and more intense and violent. The terrifying energy permeated the top of the night god peak, forcing everyone to release their energy to take root in the ground so that they wouldn't be blown away by the wind. The violent energy kept pushing everyone back. In less than a minute, there were dozens of scratches on the ground. Even with everyone's combined efforts, the energy barrier was still pushed back dozens of meters. Just when everyone thought that they would be pushed off the night god peak, the energy that had expanded to the extreme suddenly shrank, and the majestic pressure suddenly disappeared. Even the violent wind and the pillar of starlight disappeared in an instant. Bang, bang, bang! The moment the expanding energy disappeared, a loud sound like a drum suddenly came from the center of the purple lake, causing everyone to turn their gazes in shock. They saw Yun Nuashing slowly kneeling on the surface of the lake, boiling hot steam rising from her body. Everyone looked at each other, and in a flash they flew out. In just a few breaths, they rushed to Yun Nuashing's side and slowly stopped beside her. Only when they got closer could they feel Yun Nuashing's slightly chaotic aura. There was even a trace of brilliant, golden-red blood at the corner of her mouth. This situation was exactly like a failure in advancement. However, there were no sequelae of failure like ordinary people. For example, the drop in level caused by the energy fluctuation was too strong. Xian hurriedly knelt down as well. Her lily-white hand gently stroked Yun Nuashing's back as she asked nervously, "Are you all right?" Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing shook his head and slowly stood up while holding her hand. He let out a long sigh and said, "Oh, we failed. Seriously, the Night God Spring was supposed to help me break through the barrier. The Night God Spring only has a chance of helping people who have been stuck for too long break through the bottleneck. How long has it been since you came out of seclusion? I only said that there was a chance, there was a chance." Hearing her words, Z hurriedly pushed the blame away. "Don't worry. You can't rush the path of cultivation. Isn't it just breaking through the barrier? With Little Star's physique, there definitely won't be a problem." Yuan, she patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and comforted her. "Breaking through the barrier?" A somewhat tender voice suddenly sounded from the side, causing everyone to look over. Just as they lowered their heads, they saw ripples suddenly appear on the calm surface of the lake. Following that, a small wine-red head slowly emerged from the water, giving everyone a fright. They thought that this fellow had been blown off the Night God Peak. They didn't expect that she had been under the lake all along. Shaking her head, Yi-Shi shook off the purple lake water that flowed down her little face. She raised her head and said, "Big Brother Nuo, did you encounter the barrier?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded with a bitter expression. Others could only encounter the barrier at the initial God stage. He, on the other hand, encountered the barrier at the 50-second immortal transformation stage. Furthermore, because his energy carrier had been condensed into a crystal, the difficulty of breaking through the barrier was even more difficult. Oh, hearing this, Yi-Shi tilted her little head. The expression on her little face changed slightly for a while. After a while, she emerged from the water. With a flip of her wide sleeves, she took out an irregular crystal the size of a head. Holding it with both hands, she handed it to Yun Nuashing. "Big Brother Nuo, this is for you." As soon as this irregular crystal appeared, the energy of the Night God Spring suddenly boiled. A surging tide of energy spread outwards. The huge amount of energy emitted caused Yun Nuashing's expression to become serious. His mouth opened and closed. "What is this?" "The Night God Spring has been deposited at the bottom of the lake for many years. No one has visited the bottom of the lake for many years, so a large amount of energy crystals have formed. This one is the largest. I just spent a lot of effort to pull it out from the bottom of the lake. I don't know if it's useful," she said softly. With this crystal, it was equivalent to having a mobile Night God Spring. If they encountered a bottleneck in the future, taking it out would greatly increase their chances of breaking through. Furthermore, even without its special effects, it was a huge source of energy. The pure energy could be used by anyone to speed up their cultivation. "What? There's one at the bottom of the lake. Then what are we waiting for?" Hearing that there was such a treasure at the bottom of the lake, Yao Hua's saliva almost flowed out. Then he made a diving motion. Before he could jump, Lei Ming and the others hurriedly pulled him back. They laughed bitterly in unison. "We don't know how deep this lake is. There's no time now. It's about time for us to leave. No, let me go. I'm going to pull one out." Yao Hua raised his voice and looked like he wouldn't give in no matter what. Yun Nuashing pinched a slender spike with 2 fingers. As soon as she touched it, the familiar energy of the Night God Spring crazily surged into her body, causing her to tremble slightly. She resisted the urge to refine the spike and picked it up. After examining it for a while, she smiled gently and put it back in Yi-Shi's hand. She rubbed her head and smiled. "Little Lucky Star, You picked up something good as soon as you came out. However, I won't be able to use this thing for a while. I know my own condition better than anyone else. This isn't something that can be solved with more energy. The barrier of the spirit receiving godly physique has to be solved with the method of the spirit receiving godly physique. Yun Nuashing smiled mysteriously, causing everyone to be confused. The method of the spirit receiving godly physique? When Ziyi heard this, she put down the teacup in her hand. Her red lips pulled up into a charming smile. This brat finally understood, yes, the unique method of the spirit receiving godly physique. Yun Nuashing smiled but didn't say anything. She walked towards the other end of the night god spring with her hands behind her back. When everyone saw this, they looked at each other in confusion before hurriedly following her. Yun Nuashing slowly spread out her soul power. When she sensed that there was no one else's aura in the direction of the night god peak, she nodded and walked to the edge of the cliff. She raised her head and looked at the starry sky that was within reach. Then she took a deep breath. Her throat moved a little, and she slowly shifted her gaze downwards. She didn't know how far down below, but she still couldn't see that patch of green. Oh, I'm afraid of heights. Lei Ming looked down. His legs went weak, and he almost fell on his butt. A dignified immortal rank cultivator is actually afraid of heights. Nightmare glanced at him and sneered. Yao Hua looked down and said helplessly, "Your legs are trembling too. You're obviously afraid too. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Anyway, if I jump down to a certain height, the wind element will be able to gather again." Nightmare shouted agitatedly. Yao Hua had exposed her. She was so embarrassed that she flew into a rage. Save some energy for the screaming feast later. Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. Even though she was used to excitement, she still couldn't stand this height. "You're not really going to jump, are you?" Yao Hua smiled bitterly. He looked at the ground that he couldn't see, and cold sweat was about to break out. He quickly wiped his forehead and said with a fawning smile, "That Miss Yi Shi, can I borrow your spiritual world for a while?" Yi Shi, who was once a Netherworld emperor, naturally had a spiritual world that only Netherworld kings had. However, my soul power has just recovered, so I can't open my spiritual world for a while. I still need to rest for a while. She shook her head emotionlessly. Unexpectedly, she winked mischievously at Yun Nuashing, causing the latter to smile bitterly. This little girl was really naughty. Yao Hua smiled bitterly and couldn't help but roar at the sky. "The heavens want me dead." "You're a real man. What can't be solved with a jump? If there is, then jump off the night god peak." Yun Nuashing calmly patted him on the shoulder and said in a serious tone. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone saw golden chains emerge from his windbreaker and naturally wrap around their waists. They even tightened. Is this how you lifted us up just now?" Nightmare laughed dryly. "Yes, is there a problem?" Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows and glanced at him. Then she carried Yi Shi in her arms. Ziyin naturally walked to her side and hugged her. Everyone smiled bitterly. They were showing off their love again. Yun Nuashing shrugged nonchalantly. He was already used to it. "Just let her be. Come, let's count to 3. Jump down from Night God Peak. We'll be brothers and sisters for the rest of our lives." Yun Nuashing suddenly said. Everyone was startled, and then they all laughed bitterly. 3. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath as she tightened her grip on the 2 people in her arms. 2. Yao Hua murmured softly. He gritted his teeth as if he was about to be executed. 1. Nightmare pushed his forehead with one hand and laughed maniacally. Soon after, more than a dozen figures leaped up in unison, and a terrifying feeling of weightlessness followed. I think we should shout Leap of Faith. Get lost. Chapter 448. At the center of the distorted space-time, a gigantic black pagoda, as tall as the sky, stood quietly under the starry sky. If one were to look closely, The black pagoda did not appear to be very regular. Moreover, the bottom of the pagoda was abnormally thick. It was a mountain as tall as the sky. At the top of the mountain, where even the air was almost frozen, a dozen black spots suddenly fell side by side. The bone-chilling wind whistled past their ears. It was as cold as a knife as it scraped past their cheeks, causing the dozen-plus black spots to involuntarily cry out. There were even some who cried out at the top of their lungs. No, they roared out. Their earth-shaking, sorrowful cries transformed into a sad song at the center of this distorted space. The terrifying feeling of weightlessness grew stronger and stronger, as if all the blood in their bodies was pressed to their backs. The fierce wind blew their cheeks, and they could hear indistinct screams. "So cold, I'm going to pee." The man in the bright, white robe suddenly roared. "Disgusting! Scram! Pervert!" As soon as he finished speaking, a few angry roars sounded beside him, and they wanted to kick him into the sky. They seem to be in the sky right now. Shout all you want. No one will save you even if you scream yourself hoarse. Once you jump, there's no turning back. Nightmare laughed crazily, and then he laughed maniacally. "In half an hour, we'll fall to a place where we can use the wind element. If you faint, please prepare your last words." Thunder. "Break your throat! Break your throat!" Yao Hua, scram! Everyone was terrified. Half an hour? The pain on their faces and bodies, and the suffocating feeling in their lungs made them feel like every second was as long as an era. Yun Nuashing was relatively calm. He and Zian had already experienced this when they climbed up. Although their bodies were a little uncomfortable, it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't endure it. His 6 wings had already extended from his back, wrapping around Zian and Yishi. His eyes were looking straight ahead. His soul power had sensed that the strange energy source was right where he was looking. However, it was still the endless sky, and he could not see anything. Below him, he could vaguely make out a little bit of green, and he did not know how far it would take to reach the ground. He turned around and looked at the different starry sky that was gradually getting further away. It had already been more than 10 minutes since he jumped down from the 9th heaven. He was probably at the 6th heaven now. Of course, this was just a guess. Yun Nuashing could only sigh helplessly as she listened to Yao Hua and the others trying to divert her attention. She glanced at Yuan Shi and saw that the latter was still calm, but his twitching cheeks showed that he wasn't calm at all. Bang! The sudden loud noise shocked everyone. Their eardrums buzzed, and the world seemed to have quieted down all of a sudden. They were not prepared to break through the sound barrier at all, and their eardrums almost burst. Suddenly, he felt the girl in his arms hugging him tighter. Yun Nuashing also patted the person wrapped in his wings and sighed softly. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly widened, and he stared straight ahead. He saw an unusually large black mountain flashing in front of him. Its height was almost the same as their current position. This is the position of the 5th heaven. Yun Nuashing sucked in a breath of extremely cold air in shock. He had never seen such a tall mountain range, nor had he heard of it. However, the black mountain only flashed for a moment. Yun Nuashing also thought that it was an illusion and did not investigate further. After breaking through the sound barrier, everyone closed their mouths and chose to communicate with their souls. At this uncontrollable speed, they couldn't even hear what they said. Huaji, do you sense any blazing energy source? Yun Nuashing took a moment to look at the red-haired girl not far away on her right and asked through her soul, Huaji, do you sense any blazing energy source? Huaji was startled by the sudden call. She turned her gaze and saw Yun Nuashing's purple-gold eyes staring at her seriously. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, she shook her head and said, I don't sense it. There is very little fire elemental energy in the eternal night forest. Even the amount of fire elemental energy floating between heaven and earth is not very much. Yun Nuashing nodded. There was no other direction. They could only look at the strange energy source. After a long time, a cyan energy suddenly rose in her heart. She was already used to the feeling of energy suddenly pouring into her body. Yun Nuashing naturally knew what this cyan energy was. The 6 wings in front of her slowly unfolded. The 6 wings allowed her to sense elemental energy several times better than ordinary people, especially the wind elemental energy. Therefore, as soon as she came out of the first heaven, Yun Nuashing could sense the wind elemental energy. However, the others were not so fast. The 6 wings slowly unfolded to a size of 10 zhang. The thin and negligible wind elemental energy in the air was sucked in by her like a water pump. However, she did not make her body stop abruptly. The golden chains were still wrapped around everyone. If she stopped now, she was afraid that she would break them in half. The fine wind elemental energy slowly condensed and gradually condensed into a huge mass of cyan energy. Then, through the wings, the wind elemental energy slowly spread around her body, causing their speed to slowly decrease. Wind elemental energy. I finally found it. As soon as this energy appeared, Yao Hua exclaimed. Everyone was also stunned. They could actually hear her. However, by the time they reacted, their speed had already decreased by a lot. Phew, we're alive. Lei Ming wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and patted his chest with lingering fear. When they safely descended to a certain height and the wind elemental energy had already spread throughout the space, Yun Nuashing slowly stopped and retracted her golden chains. Her 6 wings also shrunk from 10 zhang to a normal size of 20 zhang. Xian also slowly came out of her arms. She patted her plump chest and sighed softly. She stared straight ahead, the sky in the north. Then she looked up at the starry sky. She had turned a large area of space into a space that was close to the star domain. They were still under the distorted space and time of the starry sky. The methods of the ancient deities are really incredible. The little koala bear that was still hanging in Yun Nuashing's arms also looked up at the starry sky. It saw through the mystery of the sky at a glance and muttered, "Ancient deities?" Everyone's expression froze. Distorted space and time. This isn't the starry sky we're in. It's filled with the aura of an ancient torrent of time. After devouring Zero's illusory time-lost domain, although she couldn't directly use the power of time like he could, Yun Nuashing had become more sensitive to the flow of time around her. Looking down at the light green ground that was still far away, Yun Nuashing waved her hand and took the lead to fly towards the sky in the north. Everyone hurriedly followed. It was said that the northernmost part of the eternal night forest was the edge of the realm of the gods, the edge of this planar world. If one jumped out of the edge, they would arrive at the star domain. However, very few people had ever been to this so-called edge, so no one knew what it looked like. Yun Nuashing and the others were also very curious about this. High up in the sky, Yun Nuashing felt that the suppression of the light element had disappeared at some point. It should be said that the suppression of the elements had disappeared silently. He didn't say much. The light element permeated the air and enveloped everyone. As soon as he made this move, everyone nervously moved closer. However, Yun Nuashing didn't increase his speed to the maximum. He only increased his speed by a lot. While flying high up in the sky, Qin Yan suddenly exclaimed in surprise, causing Yun Nuashing to slow down a lot. Then he turned around and saw her startled expression. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Qin Yan opened her mouth and looked at the unique calmness on Yun Nuashing's handsome face. She took a deep breath and gently stroked the red crystal hanging on her belt. A white light flashed and a blue crystal ball the size of a fist appeared. This blue crystal ball was currently emitting a bright light. It was very bright under the starry night sky. Guide bead? Yun Nuashing only took a glance at it. Then he thought of the previous matter and thought of something. Qin Yan was stunned for a moment after being seen through by him. She rolled her eyes at him and said, if I hadn't mentioned this thing before, I would have thought that you had seen my Qin family's guide bead. It should be used by your Qin family to search for an item in the forest of eternal night. Looking at the reaction of this so-called guide bead, it should be getting closer, Yun Nuashing said. He was only guessing. You've guessed everything. Qin Yan smiled bitterly. It wasn't hard to guess, but he hit the nail on the head. She really suspected that Yun Nuashing knew what the Qin family was thinking. Moreover, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and looked up at her. He said softly, "There's a 50% chance that the item you're looking for is the same as the item I'm looking for now, or it's in the same place." Qin Yan wrinkled her nose when she heard this. Then she smiled calmly and said, "When that time comes, I hope that young Master Yun will show mercy. It's useless to pretend to be obedient." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said, "Let's wait and see. We'll talk about it when we get there. I don't think many people know about this." Qin Yan nodded. She didn't want the item her Qin family was looking for to coincide with what Yun Nuashing was looking for. If it really was, she didn't know what to do. On one hand, it was her own family, and on the other hand, it was someone she was indebted to as the energy source he sensed with his soul got closer and closer. Yun Nuashing suddenly changed his direction and dashed towards the ground at an angle. His soul energy was also magnified infinitely at this moment, as if he had inexhaustible energy. Only when they arrived at the source of energy that was closest to the fault did Yun Nuashing suddenly land on the ground. Everyone also slowly landed on the ground with him, landing in the forest. Layers of green surrounded them. This place was so quiet that there was no sound at all. The starry sky in the sky still spanned the entire sky. There was no end to it. "There's nothing here." Yao Hua couldn't calm down. He rubbed his feet and slowly walked around. All he could see was trees. Qin Yan also raised the guide bead in her hand. Its light was unprecedentedly bright. Yun Nuashing sucked in a deep breath. His soul power had detected the source of the energy. It was right here, right in front of him. It was 1 foot away from him. He carefully stretched out his hand and touched the foot away. He thought he would see the space ripple like water, but his hand just waved in the air and he didn't touch anything. Qin Yan knew that he might know something, so she copied him and waved the guide bead in the direction he had just touched. However, she didn't touch anything, and the space didn't change at all. A hidden space. It's a space array unique to this eternal night forest. A naturally woven array is really rare. Just when the two were at a loss, Yi Shi, who was lying in Yun Nuashing's arms, suddenly said softly. Her eyes were bright as she looked at the space in front of her, as if she had seen something. A hidden space? Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and clenched his right hand into a fist. A purplish-black light flashed, and a huge sword suddenly appeared in the space, held in Yun Nuashing's hand. Yun Nuashing grabbed the Netherruin's sword and spun around. He took a deep breath, grabbed the huge sword with both hands, and slashed down fiercely at the space in front of him. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of glass shattering resounded through the air. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly turned their gazes over. Then they saw that the Nethervoid's sword had split open the space a foot in front of Yun Nuashing. There were even cracks spreading out like spiderwebs in the surroundings. As the space in front of them was cut open, their surroundings changed slightly. There was nothing in front of them before, but a medium-sized cave suddenly appeared, just big enough for 2 people to enter side by side. Chapter 449. The sudden appearance of the cave attracted everyone's attention. Qin Yan and Nightmare appeared at the entrance of the cave in a flash and stood side by side with Yun Nuashing. This cave was also a little strange. There was no mountain wall behind the cave, and if one looked at it from the back, they would only see a ripple of space cut open by a sword. There was only a strange entrance. Is there really something here? But I just passed by here, and I didn't bump into anything. Yao Hua slowly walked to the entrance of the cave and scratched his head in confusion. She jumped down from Yun Nuoxing's body, held his hand, and said softly, Brother Nuoxing didn't bump into anything either. We were able to find this because of the Netherworld Ruins' sword's ability to break space. If it were someone else, they would have to be at least a god who has accurately grasped the power of space to be able to break through here. When the entrance of the cave appeared, the guiding bead in Qin Yan's hand suddenly burst with a dazzling light. Then it fell silent again, which made her a little confused. Was this the place, or was it not? It feels like it's broken. Qin Yan shook her head as she shook the bead. Why don't we go in and take a look? No matter what, if we see a cave that suddenly opens up, we should at least take a look, Devil Nightmare suggested. If there really is something special, we'll make a killing. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Yun Nuoxing nodded and took the lead to walk in with Xian. As for the Netherworld Ruins sword, they didn't know where this cave led to, so it was better to use it as a precaution. Hey, wait for us. Seeing Qin Yan and Nightmare walk into the cave, Yao Hua and the others looked at each other and hurriedly ran into the cave as well. As everyone entered the cave, the space that had been cut open slowly closed, and the entrance of the cave disappeared. After entering the cave, their vision didn't seem to be pitch black. The surrounding mountain walls emitted a faint light, allowing everyone to see the inside of the cave clearly. Looking ahead, there was an even more spacious passageway. Even if a dozen people squeezed in together, it wouldn't seem crowded. The cave behind us is gone. Jean Ing looked back and cried out in surprise. Yun Nuoxing also looked back, but she said indifferently it's fine. The spatial breakpoint is still there. It's just temporarily sealed. Big Brother Nuo has a way to open it. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Yun Nuoxing's spiritual power finally captured the broken square energy source as she walked along the spacious passageway. After walking for a while, a flight of stairs suddenly appeared in front of him. The change was very sudden, as if it had suddenly appeared in front of him. However, the space in front of him was very spacious, as if it was a small world. PFFF! The purple pattern on his chest suddenly lit up, and the purple night flame in his lower abdomen started beating violently. Yun Nuoxing, who had experience, naturally knew that this was the reaction of the purple night flame when it encountered another divine flame. I don't think it's that simple. Since the eternal night flame has been here for so long without being taken away, there must be a reason for it. Sensing Yun Nuoxing's joy, I couldn't help but pour a bucket of cold water on his head. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. That seemed to be the case. However, it was enough to know that the eternal night flame was here. As long as it was still here, there must be a way to take it away. More than a dozen people walked up the abrupt stone stairs in an orderly manner. Xian looked at the neat and uniform stairs under her feet with a worried expression. Seeing her worried expression, Yun Nuoxing smiled and said softly, it's fine. I'll know in advance if there's any danger. Xian nodded. It wasn't that she was worried about danger. It was just that the traces of the stairs and the hole seemed to be man-made. Someone must have been here and left behind a series of masterpieces after walking for an unknown period of time. The spacious space around them quietly shrank to a height of only 100 feet. The mountain walls on both sides also slowly closed in and finally became only 10 meters wide. And just as the space finally stopped at this scale, Yun Nuoxing and the others also stopped in their tracks and looked up in astonishment. In front of them, a huge door formed by a formation and an energy matrix had suddenly appeared. A door again. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. He had opened many underground doors. Although this was the first time he saw a door formed by a formation, his gaze immediately locked onto the formation in the middle of the door. That formation seemed to be the one that opened the door. It was a dark, black formation that emitted a terrifying black light, as if it could devour the surrounding light. The originally bright space was now somewhat dim. A forbidden formation. Moreover, its grade seems to be a little high. There's a small part missing in the middle. If we connect it, the door will probably open. After she finished speaking, she was about to borrow Yun Nuashing's evil spirit eye. Just as she turned around, she heard the latter sigh. No, this isn't a forbidden formation. Yun Nuashing shook his head. His eyes widened unknowingly, causing everyone to be slightly stunned. It's not a forbidden formation? She was stunned. She turned her small eyes and stared seriously at the dark formation. After sensing it carefully for a while, her small body trembled slightly. She muttered, "This really isn't the smell of a forbidden formation." She was used to the black color of a forbidden formation. She actually recognized it with a single glance. After sensing it carefully, she could feel that it was different from a normal forbidden formation. It didn't have the forbidden power. This small difference could be overlooked even by a formation grandmaster. However, Yun Nuashing, thinking of this, she couldn't help but turn her head and look at Yun Nuashing, who was holding her hand. How did he recognize it? Because Yun Nuashing sighed bitterly. He took 2 steps forward and looked up at the huge formation door. He let go of she's small hand and pressed lightly in the air. A dark formation quickly condensed under his palm. Whoosh! As soon as the black formation appeared, a monstrous demonic aura suddenly erupted. It swept in all directions like a storm. The ear-piercing sound of the wind blew past everyone's ears. The sudden storm shocked everyone who was unprepared. By the time they reacted, they had already been blown away. After stabilizing their bodies, they looked at the center of the black storm in bewilderment. One by one, they pulled out their weapons, afraid that Yun Nuashing would be like that time in the Ghost Chi Forest. "I've seen this formation before." Yun Nuashing said the second half of his sentence. The black formation in his palm was almost exactly the same as the one on the door, the pattern and the smell, but the latter didn't have such a terrifying demonic aura. When Yun Nuashing was still in Yuan City, he saw it in the strange encyclopedia of plants in the divine realm in his hand. It was the formation that had erupted with a terrifying demonic aura and alarmed Jin Jinwang and the others. However, at that time, the formation he used wasn't that powerful. It was only after he advanced to the 52nd cycle of the immortal realm that he was able to erupt with such a violent demonic aura. He slowly lifted the array under his palm and moved it in front of the array door. He slowly enlarged it until it was the same size as the array door. Only then did he slowly stop. A formation that contains demonic aura? Shi's expression was uncertain. Among everyone, only she and Xian, who had a special constitution, hadn't been blown away. She stood beside Yun Nuashing and looked at the terrifying black formation. Her willowy eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "I've studied formations for hundreds of thousands of years, but I haven't seen many formations that contain demonic aura." She muttered. Yun Nuashing also shook his head and said, "I saw this formation in a book and copied it with an evil spirit." "A book?" Xian was confused. "It's the book I usually read, Encyclopedia of Plants in the Divine Realm. However, it's not just that." Yun Nuashing shook his head and didn't explain clearly. Through the formation that Yun Nuashing had woven, one could see that the formation on the door was missing a part. It wasn't just the middle part, even the corners were missing. "Perhaps it's waiting for someone to open it." Yun Nuashing's eyes trembled slightly as he recalled the words that Violet Knight had once said outside the god's ruin. His chest felt a little stuffy, and the scene in front of him started to blur. He couldn't even see his own hands clearly again. Yun Nuashing was shocked. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue and hurriedly manipulated his nearly unconscious hands to pull Shi and Xian in front of him. His dazzling eyes stared at the two Mei Mao, whose eyes were filled with shock. A strand of spiritual energy that was barely hanging on to life shot out from his eyes and burrowed into their eyes. "I've always been controlled by this memory fragment. This time," Yun Nuashing smiled wickedly. This time he was going to forcefully bring the two of them in to observe. As soon as the strand of spiritual energy burrowed into their minds, Yun Nuashing subconsciously raised his right hand. His vision turned black, and before his consciousness was about to shut down, he heard the two girls' nervous cries. Last one, I just need to activate this. His blurry consciousness slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw an azure formation about 3 meters wide spinning in front of him. He reached out his hand and pressed it against the formation. He could feel energy continuously flowing into the formation in front of him. This place seemed to be a collapsed ruin. There were many stones and broken building fragments scattered around. Is this really enough? He heard a doubtful voice. From the voice, it wasn't hard to tell that it belonged to a young man. It's been so many years. You've also questioned the old monster for so many years. When have you ever seen him make a mistake? A faint laughter that was as light as a silver bell came from the side. The young man's voice faltered. Then he muttered, I'm not worried. Furthermore, this runic magic array is already in such a terrible state. Can it really be used to send messages to the distant starry sky? The young man's voice was a little rough, and it sounded like the person speaking was a burly man. This matter concerns the realm of the gods. We have no other choice. The first voice chuckled. Yun Nuashing was startled. The owner of this voice was actually himself. Sigh. Following that, a few heavy sighs were heard, causing Yun Nuashing, who was watching from the side, to be shocked. He really wanted to turn his head to see who those people were, but his gaze was locked onto the formation in front of him and did not move. Buzz! The slender and white right hand slowly pushed the array forward. Then Yun Nuashing saw that behind the array there was a metal device that looked like a huge crystal. It suddenly lit up with a brilliant azure light. Then the crystal slowly rose a little. At the top, there were 4 bright azure marks. The metal object also slowly split into 4 pieces and separated a little. Then a brilliant white light of energy shot into the sky. The energy beam was like an aurora that illuminated the world. It shot straight up into the sky and into the star field. Strands of energy rose from the crystal and converged into the energy beam in a spiral shape, making it even more resplendent and enormous. The true suffering of the realm of the gods has only just begun. Yun Nuashing looked up at the white light used to send messages. Then, she murmured sorrowfully. Chapter 450. Yun Nuashing's line of sight was filled with white light, as if she was staring directly at the sun, so she couldn't see anything. After a long time, the white light that filled her vision slowly weakened, and what appeared in front of her again was a slightly dim underground world. The huge array in front of her had been open for a long time, and the array with monstrous demonic aura had also disappeared. After the array door opened, a spacious square appeared. Standing in the middle of the square was a huge metal device. The obsidian-like metal platform was dim and lightless, and the crystal-like metal device was quietly standing on the platform at this time. A thick layer of dust had dyed it a thin, yellowish-brown color, and it was unknown how many years it had been placed there. The metal device that I saw in the memory fragment, stopping in front of the huge obsidian-like metal platform, Yun Nuashing looked up at the metal crystal that was hundreds of feet tall and took a light breath. That's the memory fragment that Little Star often mentioned. Xian and Yi, she looked at each other after walking lightly to Yun Nuashing's side. The two women had a somewhat complicated look in their eyes. Why can we see it? Yi, she asked, puzzled. She also learned a little about Yun Nuashing's memory fragment during her deep sleep. This is... I suddenly thought of it. Yun Nuashing scratched her head, shrugged at the two, and said, using a wisp of mental strength to temporarily connect our minds together, we can see the memory fragment from my perspective. This is also something that I just thought of. After speaking, Yun Nuashing looked at Yi Shi and asked with some hope, Can you think of anything? Yi, she saw her looking over, lowered her little head, and gently rubbed her two slender little fingers. Yun Nuashing didn't want to disturb her, so she could only observe the huge metal platform and the device. What a huge metal device! Behind them, Yao Hua and the others also walked in. They first glanced at the three of them, then sized up this place. What happened? Yuan, she patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and transmitted his voice to her. When he first saw that the three of them seemed a little strange, although he was worried, he didn't see anything wrong with them. Now that they seemed to have recovered, he couldn't hold back his curiosity. Yun Nuashing smiled and shook her head. She pointed at her temple and revealed an expression that said, "You know what I mean." When Yuan she saw this, he suddenly understood. He knew about the memory fragments of the former. This is a metal device from ancient times. Nightmare, who had been squatting, suddenly jumped up. He was so excited that it was as if he had discovered a new continent. Everyone was shocked. How do you know it's an ancient device? Yao Hua glanced at him with a puzzled look. Then he followed Lin Li's example and squatted down. When he saw the complicated patterns on the obsidian platform, he felt like his head was about to explode. I've seen this type of metal device in the Nightwalker Alliance. I've seen the patterns before. The Great Elder said that it's an ancient device, Nightmare said excitedly. Nightmare Devil said excitedly. However, he suddenly sighed heavily, causing everyone to be confused. He then said, "Actually, I am quite interested in this kind of metal device. However, this is an art. Was lost in ancient times long ago. I haven't seen this kind of thing until now." When he said the word art, Nightmare was very excited. It seemed that he really liked this kind of thing. According to some of the knowledge I've crammed from ancient books, this metal device should be used for communication. Moreover, it's so huge and it's so far away. Nightmare said again. Yun Nuashing spat out a mouthful of water. Xian and Yi, she were also a little surprised. The three of them had indeed heard from the person in the memory fragments that this device was used for communication. Moreover, it was used to send messages to distant stars. If we can find the original coordinates, we might be able to find out where the message was sent. As he spoke, Nightmare was so excited that he lay on the ground. He wanted nothing more than to dig his eyes out and stick them on the dusty platform, seeing his fanatical appearance. Yun Nuashing's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. It was as if he could see Nightmare's fanatical expression when they first met. After laughing bitterly for a while, he felt his sleeve being tugged. He turned his gaze, only to see she shaking her head and transmitting a sound transmission to him. The amount of information in that memory fragment is too little. I can't find any relevant information from it. Brother Nuas said at that time that the suffering in the realm of the gods should be a major event related to the realm of the gods. Yi, she scratched her 4 strands of black hair in distress. She couldn't think of anything no matter how hard she racked her brain. Ugh. Yi, she shook her little head in distress. The more she thought about it, the more she felt like her head was heating up. Her little face was red from holding it in. All right, don't think about it anymore. You're hurting your little brain. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He picked Yi Shi up and rubbed her wine-red hair with his right hand, forcibly interrupting her thoughts. But I think I know something about it. I just can't remember it right now. He thought that Yi Shi would stop thinking about it. He didn't expect her to become even more conflicted. Then take your time to think about it. Don't be in such a hurry. Yun Nuashing gently patted her head and shook his head helplessly. Yun Nuashing shifted her gaze away from the huge metal device and looked around. After thinking for a while, she began to walk around the huge platform. When Xian saw this, he also began to walk around it. They didn't know how far they had walked from the cave, but they didn't see any other entrances that led Yun Nuashing and the others to this place. After opening the formation door, they arrived at this huge space. Other than this heavy metal device, there was nothing else. The surrounding mountain walls were also completely sealed off. A A faint fluorescent light illuminated this huge space. The mountain walls that were emitting a faint fluorescent light weren't as cold as they imagined. They were faintly warm and very hard. Unless he used two divine weapons, it would be completely impossible for him to break open this mountain wall with his strength alone. When he saw Yun Nuashing and the others return after walking around, Yuan, she went up to them and asked, "Did you find anything?" Yun Nuashing sighed and shook her head. She stared at the mountain wall to the side and said, "There's no entrance nor any mechanism. It can only be this huge metal device." Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. Yuan, she nodded. However, when he saw Nightmare's inch-by-inch exploration, his cheeks couldn't help but twitch a few times. The latter's toad-like posture made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. The dust was blown to the side by him and piled up into a small pile. "Zai, can you sense it?" Yun Nuashing had no choice but to call out to her. "I can't sense it. Eternal night flame isn't here." In the spiritual world, Zai placed the book in her hand on the pillow beside her. She stretched her body and kicked the blanket to the side. Her soft body stretched out a beautiful curve that made one's blood boil. Seeing her lazy appearance, Yun Nuashing didn't know what to say. But that metal device should be the key. It's been preserved very well. "It makes me wonder if it's really passed down from ancient times," Zai said lazily as she picked up the blanket and pulled it over her body. "The aura of the great samsara that you mentioned before?" Yun Nuashing asked. "Yes, but it was only once. However, that kid was so sure that it was an ancient metal device, so I couldn't refute him. The aura of the great samsara can also be blocked. Perhaps these strange-looking mountain walls have some special energy that blocks the aura left behind by the great samsara," Zai said casually as she lazily opened the book that she had tossed aside and glanced at it. "All right." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. After thinking for a moment, she asked with some hope, "Do you know how to use this metal device?" "I do. Yun Nuashing was startled. Even if it's an ancient metal device, the energy that drives it is still the energy within the body. This communication device contains many spatial runes and spatial formations. It has also been modified by someone. It seems like it can be used as a teleportation gate," Zai said lazily. Flipping over, her 2 feet were undulating on the bed as she continued. "If you can find the teleportation gate's opening point, you should be able to go to the place you want to go." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded her head in confusion, seeing her rolling around on the bed in boredom. Zai couldn't help but frown. The evil spirit eyes slowly opened and a group of tiny formations suddenly appeared in the air. Then they gathered together in an orderly manner and covered the area in front of the eyes. The opening of the evil spirit eye was noticed by everyone. Turning their heads, they saw Yun Nuashing's appearance and understood that he was about to make a move again. Everyone simultaneously retreated to the side. Before leaving, the wood spirit even pulled over Qin Yan, who didn't know what was going on. Yuan, she also hurriedly ran over, wanting to pull Nightmare out. However, he saw Yun Nuashing wave his hand. After thinking for a moment, he retreated. Following the change in the eyes, the obsidian platform instantly changed color. The tens of thousands of formations were hidden within the platform. Only when Yun Nuashing used his evil spirit did he see through them. They were motionless formations that were different from the ancient times. Boom! Just as he saw the messy formations and didn't do anything, the obsidian platform suddenly shook with a boom. Nightmare, who was still lying on the platform like a worm, was thrown out by an unknown force. Yuan Shi and the others were also shocked. Their bodies swayed, and they hurriedly reached out to catch him. "What's going on?" Seeing Nightmare shake his head, it was as if his mind had been attacked. Yun Nuashing was also stunned. He clearly hadn't done anything yet. So why did the device activate on its own? Supporting Yuan Shi, he slowly stood up. Nightmare patted his head and then looked at the obsidian platform in shock. He was so shocked that his voice became a lot sharper. "This device is about to activate." After the shock, It was followed by a burst of ecstasy. I thought this device was passed down from the ancient times and was already broken, but it can still be used. It can still be used. His fanatical look made everyone speechless. How could this guy change his expression faster than a woman's? No. Nightmare's ecstasy was still lingering on his face, but his expression changed. He said in shock, "This energy wave doesn't seem like it's used for communication. It's more like the wave of a teleportation door. Could it have been modified by someone?" Wait. As soon as he said that, Nightmare thought of something in horror. His body swayed, and he rushed toward the obsidian platform like a bolt of lightning. However, just as he moved, the obsidian platform emitted a 7-colored light that drowned the entire underground. The resplendent light was so dazzling that everyone had to cover their eyes with their hands. No. At least, wait for me to record. Before their eyes were drowned by the bright light, they heard Nightmare's hoarse scream. It was so tragic that they couldn't help but feel ashamed. While Yun Nuashing and the others closed their eyes, a gentle breeze suddenly blew against their faces. The gentle touch of the breeze caused the group's tense hearts to gradually relax. However, just as their hearts were gradually relaxing, an extremely terrifyingly high temperature rushed out like a volcanic eruption and pounced towards the crowd from all directions, causing Yun Nuashing and the others, who were caught off guard, to instantly be covered in sweat. The black light enveloped the area. Yun Nuashing looked over and faintly saw a large black flame burning fiercely within the black light. Eternal Night Flame. As Yun Nuashing glanced at the black flame, Yishi's shocked and Zai's overjoyed voices suddenly rang out.